Please welcome Chaplain Farzad Norian.
Lord God, we pause for a moment this afternoon to acknowledge you and ask for a sense of your presence to be with us. Please protect our drivers in the race today, our crew members, our fans, officials, and their families. And please protect and bless our men and women in the military and law enforcement. And Lord, please bless their families. For these things we ask in Christ's name. Amen.
Here to perform today's national anthem, please welcome platinum artist and songwriter Breland.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner wave? Oh, the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Let's hear it for Breland's performance of our national anthem, along with the United States Air Force Thunderbirds for today's flyover. In the more than 75-year history of NASCAR, no race has had more exciting moments than the Daytona 500. Moments that have included iconic stock cars across the decades. What if we could put them together all at once into the greatest lap ever turned here at the World Center of Racing? Well, now we can.
"65 years of the great American race, the Daytona 500. This starting grid is unlike any other, with the greatest racing legends taking one more unforgettable lap. Leading the pack, it's Lee Petty, the number 42, side by side with his son, Richard.
And who could forget the 1979 Daytona 500?
Cale Yarborough and Donnie Allison certainly won't. It gave us the second most famous words in racing.
And there's a fight.
How about the Dale and Dale show in 1993?
He's going to make it. Dale Jann's going to win the Daytona 500. All right.
The Intimidator, Dale Earnhardt, had his moment in 1998. Finally crossed the sport's biggest crown jewel off the list, and the incredible celebration is a moment that is cherished by so many.
And coming down the backstretch,
His two-time 500 winner, Dale Earnhardt Jr. And look who his drafting partner is. What other race do you do the icky shuffle after a win, right, DW?
I won the Daytona 500. I won the Daytona 500.
Three-time winners, first-time winners, photo finishes. This race has had it all. But as the greatest lap ever comes down the front stretch, look who's out ahead of all of them. Richard Petty. Now this is an ending fit for the king.
And there you have it. Give it up for the King, Richard Petty, as he walks away with a checkered flag and the greatest lap.
Special thanks to Trace Atkins. The greatest lap coming up live. The greatest race.
Good to be back.
75 years ago, at a hotel 5 miles from where we stand, a group led by Bill France Sr. laid the groundwork for NASCAR. Let's take a look back at some of the sport's most iconic moments with the premiere of NASCAR's 75th anniversary campaign.
1 minute, we're doing 110 down a sandy beach in Florida. And the next, we're bumper to bumper at over 210 on a super speedway.
Yeah, come on.
How the heck we get here? Progress. That's how.
Up into the white flag, and Labonte takes the lead.
75 years of twisted metal, feet made of lead.
He taps it.
Of clashing.
Tail hits him. They're out of it.
Fighting for everything. Not giving away an inch. This is about 75 years of legends and their rocket ships. Each one built with one thing in mind.
Here they come to the line.
Get out front, stay out there.
Side by side.
Because out there is where the future is. And if the first 75 years is any indication, you better brace yourself for the next 75. NASCAR, always forward.
And now, let's welcome members of the founding family of NASCAR. Jim France, Lisa France Kennedy, and Ben Kennedy, joined by NASCAR President Steve Phelps.
NASCAR fans, welcome to the 65th running of the Great American Race, the Daytona 500. This year's Daytona 500 has added significance because it is our 75th anniversary season. We've seen a lot of changes in 75 years, changes to our tracks, changes to our race cars, but the one thing that has remained constant is the most amazing fans in the world, and those are NASCAR fans. They are loyal, they are passionate, and they always stick with NASCAR. So on behalf of the France family and the entire NASCAR community, I want to say thank you for your unwavering support of our great sport. Enjoy the Great American Race.
Thank you, Steve. And now it's time to fire the engines for the 75th season of NASCAR. It's the 65th running of the Daytona 500. We've got several legends with us here today who have won both the Cup Series championship and the Great American Race. They're going to give the command for today's event. Let's say hello to them now. A 7-time champion and 7 Daytona 500 victories by the King, Richard Petty. He's a 3-time Daytona 500 champion and the 1983 Cup Series champion. Welcome, Bobby Allison. Here he is, 2-time Daytona 500 champ and the 1988 Cup Series champion, Bill Elliott. And now, 3-time Daytona 500 champion and the man that got the title in 1999. Say hello to Dale Jarrett. Next up, 3-time Cup Series champion and a 4-time Cup Series champion, Jeff Gordon. And now, 7-time NASCAR Cup Series champion and the 2-time Daytona 500 winner, Jimmy Johnson. Ready to start his final season, the 2007 Daytona 500 champ and 2014 Cup Series champion, Kevin Harvick. The 2017 Daytona 500 champion and 2004 Cup Series champion, Kurt Busch. And the 2015 Daytona 500 champion and 2-time Cup Series champ, Joey Logano. Gentlemen, let's get those engines fired up.
Drivers, start your engines! Grand Marshals who could not attend: Cale Yarborough, Darrell Waltrip, and Matt Kenseth. 40 drivers, 8 champions of NASCAR. At the end of the day, 1 Daytona 500 champ.
The Daytona 500 is the most prestigious event of the NASCAR season. 500 miles, 200 laps of high-action, close-quarter racing on the high banks of Daytona International Speedway. This 2.5-mile superspeedway was built in 1958 as a vision of Bill France Sr. to establish NASCAR racing in a dedicated arena instead of racing on the beach. The Daytona 500 is the ultimate win that will forever immortalize the victor in NASCAR history. Last year, Austin Cindric raced his way into history, winning the 500 as a rookie for Team Penske in the iconic number 2 car. Will we see another first-time winner, or will a Cup veteran rise to the occasion to seize the moment and add another Daytona 500 trophy to their trophy room? It's time to find out.
Sure, we see beauty, but never forget, we crave motion. From the moment we're born, we want to go, and we want to go faster.
Stock car race at Daytona Beach, on the sand, along the dune road, and around the turns, and don't spare the horses.
That longing for the sudden and the swift has been the starting line for NASCAR for the last 75 years. From the first beach road race in 1948 with Red Byron's Ford taking first, to the first strictly stock car race in Charlotte a year later where Jim Roper won, and the pole speed was 68 miles an hour.
All right, boss. Fired up.
Ready. All right, nice smooth start here.
Across 3/4 of a century, Pace of Progress has been the engine of obsession. Chased by the blur and caught in the roar.
Turned over. Hang on here, man. Hang.
And who drove us there? The legends.
Richard Petty takes the checkered flag to win the Daytona 500. Dale Earnhardt will win the Daytona.
They all embody our ancient impulse. The rush of adrenaline, the surge in blood pressure, the need for speed.
Everything you got here, roll. Go, 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 go.
And if you have any doubt, just remember, even your heart knows how to race.
A few miles inland from Daytona Beach, the Daytona International Speedway plays host to the greatest day of stock car racing in this or any year. It's the 65th Daytona 500 on Fox. U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds continue to entertain the crowd as the drivers climb aboard and get ready to roll off that starting grid and into history. Hi, everybody. I'm Mike Joy alongside Hall of Famer Tony Stewart, who led the white flag lap here 15 years ago, and Clint Boyer, who 13 years ago led at the race's final red flag, but they patched the asphalt and he finished fourth. No one knows better than these two gentlemen how important today is, or what it might mean to win the Daytona 500.
The Daytona 500, the greatest day of them all. This is the granddaddy of them all, the high banks of Daytona. Ever since I've been able to hold a steering wheel in my hand, this is the racetrack that I aspired to get to. Finally, when I got on that track, I wanted to win this baby. I want to win the track that changes your life. You win the Daytona 500 forever. You walk into a restaurant, you're a Daytona 500 champion, and you get to win it in front of the biggest crowd you've ever seen.
Absolutely. And these guys, right now, everybody's in there. They're in their happy place right now, but it's getting ready to get chaotic. But to Clint's point, this is a race that can change your life forever. The guy that wins this race tonight, it's just a feeling. It's hard to explain. I have got goosebumps talking about it just because I know how close we came a couple times, and I know you and I have both been in the field. To sit here today, we're up in the booth. We're getting to talk about the race. These guys rolling out, they have a chance to create history today and be a part of something that's legendary.
And how hard it is to win this race. Everything has to be perfect. Not good, Mike. Perfect. Everything. You have to have a perfect race car. You have to make the perfect moves. You have to survive the carnage, the wrecks, the big one. You have to get to the end, and then you have to have that magical push, that magical help behind you, the perfect help to push you off of turn 4 and win this race.
Well, we're not an AFib, but as Tom Rinaldi said, our hearts are racing, and we're ready to get to it. So let's have a look at the starting lineup for the Daytona 500. On the front row, set Wednesday night in time trials, Alex Bowman, a record 6th front row start, and Kyle Larson, the 2021 Series champ. Row 2, Joey Logano won the 500 in 2015, and Eric Almirola won his dual race. He's come close before. Christopher Bell, a 3-time race winner last year, and Austin Cindric, last year's 500 winner. Ryan Blaney, a 2-time runner-up, and Chase Elliott, most popular driver and the 2020 Series champion. Chris Buescher, the Xfinity champion of 2015, and Brad Keselowski, the 2012 Cup champ. Michael McDowell won this race in a chaotic fashion in 2021, and Corey LaJoie has been top 10 in 2 of his last 3 500s. Row 7, Kevin Harvick, the 2007 winner, starting his final 500, and Todd Gilliland, who ran up front here Thursday night.
Let's dial up Kevin Harvick here. Hey, Harv, it's your boss up in the booth. You got me?
Yes, sir.
Well, you got to be part of the opening ceremonies and give the command to start engines, but now you're in your office where your happy place is. How you feel about today?
I feel really good. You know, I think as we've gone through the whole winter and laid everything out, now we finally get the reward of being able to sit in this race car. So I'm honored to drive this Busch Light Ford Mustang in what is our sport's biggest race. So one last time, and you know, based on everything that's happened during the week and the way the qualifying races went, we just got to keep this baby rolling and see if we can have a chance at the end. So appreciate the fast car, and hopefully we can keep it around to have a chance to win this thing.
Well, enjoy every moment of it, bud, and best of luck to you, man. Want to celebrate with you later.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Kevin Harvick will start 13th. Let's pick up at row 8, Bubba Wallace, a two-time 500 runner-up, and Martin Truex Jr., the 2017 Cup champion. Row 9, rookie Zane Smith, the Truck Series champ, and Denny Hamlin, a three-time 500 winner. Then Harrison Burton, second-year driver for the Wood Brothers, who have 5 500 wins, and Ryan Preece, who's been top 10 in 2 of his 3 500 starts. William Byron won here in the summer of 2020, and rookie Noah Gragson had 8 Xfinity Series wins last year. Ross Chastain, runner-up for the championship last year, and Daniel Suarez, the Sonoma winner, teammates in row 12. Eric Jones in row 13, won here in the summer of 18. Tyler Reddick with a new team had 3 victories last year. Austin Dillon, the 2018 winner, and Justin Haley, the summer race winner here in 2019. A.J. Allmendinger makes his first start in the 500 since 2018. It's his 10th. Chase Briscoe finished 3rd last year. Ricky Stenhouse, the summer winner here in 2017, and B.J. McLeod was 7th here last summer. Ty Gibbs, the Xfinity Series champion of NASCAR. Connor Daly's raced in 9 Indy 500s. This is his first Daytona. Cody Ware was 6th here last summer. Kyle Busch, 2-time series champion with a new race team this year. Ty Dillon makes his 8th Daytona 500 start, while Riley Herbst makes his first. And out back, getting into the field on speed, 7-time Cup champ and 2-time Daytona 500 winner Jimmy Johnson, rally car champion and X Games gold medalist Travis Pastrana.
Let's check in with old 7-time. How about you, 7-time Jimmy Johnson? You're back. It's Boyer and the boys up in the Fox Sports booth. You got us?
Yeah, buddy, loud and clear.
Well, same numbers, different sequence, but same old Jimmy Johnson. 7 times you've won this thing. We've been here 20 years. It's going to be your 20th time attempting the Daytona 500. Tell me about what your feelings are.
Man, I'm excited. I guess I'm officially old too as well, but what an opportunity. Huge thank you to Carvana, Chevrolet, everybody at Legacy Motor Club. Special day, and really looking forward to taking advantage of this opportunity today and having a great time.
Well, we've all learned not to count you out, boy. Get it done. We'll be watching.
Hey, I appreciate it, buddy.
He was the 48, now the 84 with his part-time return to NASCAR. Today, Fox Bet Super 6 giving everybody a chance to win $25,000 of Clint's cash.
Oh, man.
All you need to do is download the free Super 6 app on your phone, then enter your 6 predictions for today's Daytona 500 race. Easy, right? If all 6 picks are right, you could win big. All right, let's get down to pit road for late breaking stories, beginning with Jamie Little.
Well, Mike Martin Truex Jr. is a man on a mission here at Daytona. After almost walking away from the sport last year and not winning a single race, he has a new fire in his belly. He comes to Daytona ready to win this race. It's something he has never done. He's never even won on a super speedway race. And sure, you can count him in. He's going to be a factor at some point, but can he get the job done? And hey, if you're a numerology person, he's the one that told me this. The 19 car racing on February 19th in his 19th Daytona 500. I don't know. Regan Smith?
Jamie, there is no more friendly driver in the garage area than 2022 Series champion Joey Logano. But that is with the helmet off. When the helmet goes on, there is no more fierce, intense race car driver in the sport than Joey Logano. As a matter of fact, in his own words, he's two-faced. He will do anything it takes to get a victory for his race team. He did just that Thursday night in the duels, winning. That puts him in the third starting position for today. He feels good about that 22 car. It's been fast. Look at him today as he tries to get his second Daytona 500 victory. Josh Sims.
Well, Regan, it's the start of a brand new chapter for two-time Cup Series champion Kyle Busch, who admittedly thought he was going to end his career with Joe Gibbs Racing. Life has a funny way of throwing a curveball at you, and here he is in his first season now in the 8 car for RCR. And speaking of curveballs, the other day he said he had a car good enough to finally win the Daytona 500. Well, that car got wrecked during his duel, went to the backup, so he's going to have to start from the back of the field. But he said that car just as strong, has all the same tendencies. Now the last thing to do, finally win the Great American Race, guys.
Thanks, Josh. Before we wave the green flag for the Daytona 500, here's the Toyota Rev Up to Green.
For the 2023 NASCAR Cup Series season, 2 new and young faces are behind the wheel of Toyota Camry TRDs, Ty Gibbs and Tyler Reddick. Joining other young TRD drivers, Christopher Bell and Bubba Wallace, this group will be vying for wins and championships in the years to come. Stabled alongside 3-time Daytona 500 winner Denny Hamlin and Cup Series champion Martin Truex Jr., Toyota's future continues to be bright. Let's go places.
Ready to go racing in Daytona Beach. The honorary pace cars headed for pit road, and all of the team drivers will check their pit road speeds this time by. Let's check in with our crew chief, Larry McReynolds.
Well, Mike, all 40 of these crew chiefs, they go into this race with a game plan when they want to make their pit stops throughout this 500-mile race. But like a good head football coach, you have to be willing to adjust that game plan based on circumstances. Now, with the fuel window being about 42 to 46 laps, what we'll be watching for, drivers and teams within a certain manufacturer working together. But to do it together on these green flag pit stops, you have to execute and you have to be mistake-free. And Mike, that could be the key to victory lane.
Thanks, Larry. Beautiful day in Daytona Beach. Some big, heavy clouds off to the west and northwest, 74 degrees. Winds out of the southeast at 5 will hopefully keep those clouds away. Track temp, 90 degrees. Let's listen in on Travis Pastrana and company.
Hey, boys, we're really doing it. We're in the Daytona 500. Catalina wine mixer, let's go.
How about Joey Logano?
Grand Marshal, thing will look good down there in the winner's circle, so we're all up here rooting for you. Good luck. Might be the only person ever to start the race and win the race. That'd be cool. Do what we did last year. Here we'll be champions again.
That was the captain, Roger Penske, giving well wishes to the leader of his team. Bubba Wallace.
Battle of the Burgers this weekend has been McDonald's and Wendy's all over the place.
Take it to them hard. No prisoners. I'll let you free to handle it. Sir,
Booty Barker, his crew chief. Michael Jordan, his co-car owner with a hospitality area over on the backstretch. Heard Derek Jeter stop by over there.
Everybody's here. It's a Daytona 500.
The green flag for today's race has already experienced 9.0 Gs. Jimmy Johnson had it with him when he flew with the U.S. Air Force Thunderbirds this week. American stand-up comedian and actress Tiffany Haddish will have that green flag in hand as the field comes off the east banking and turn 4 down the short chute, and things get very silent as we await the green flag.
Pull them belts tight one last time, boys. Light the fires. Showtime.
And the 65th Daytona 500 is underway.
Five and 22 are connected better to the bottom. Right with you out back. Still in line. 5 and 22 are connected. Right with you. Right with you. Your run will come back. There's a 1 gap behind the 22. They're released down there, still half off of you. Half your lane. Your help is clear of the bottom still. Half your lane. Bottom coming back by 2 to the, with a run 1 back. You're still clear down.
Alex Bowman spotter Kevin Hamlin doing air traffic control as they come to near 200 miles an hour, completing lap 1, led by Kyle Larson.
You hear those spotters, and that communication so crucial to every move these drivers will make all day long. Tony, so many times you're looking out of the different glass than most people think. That windshield, what's going on in the windshield, you kind of just glance down and see that, but what's in that back glass out of that rear view mirror, that's where all the juice is.
And listening to that spotter, that is the guy that has given you all the information that you need to make your decisions as a driver inside that car. You can't see 2-3 rows behind. You can't see energy building up. So you have to rely on that spotter. That spotter is your best friend for 500 miles.
Yeah, trust. And we've built that trust. Some of these guys have been with each other for years. Some of them, just like Jimmy Johnson, he worked with the same spotter, Earl, forever, his whole career. Different one this time. Got to have that trust. When he says clear, you got to trust it and do it now.
So why are we pace car formation at near 200 miles an hour?
Because nobody can break free and nobody can get far enough out to really make a big maneuver at this point.
Cloud cover, you know, it's cooled off just a little bit here. Track's got a lot of grip, and these tires are brand new. As they start to wear out, you'll start to slip and slide around. Drivers were talking about being tight right there off of turn 4 that you see. As things start to move around, start slipping and sliding around, it's going to separate this field. And then you start figuring out who's got the fast hot rods and who doesn't, who needs work to do.
A driver might say, hey, I'm only 2 seconds back of the leader. And his crew chief would say, yes, but you're 36th.
No different than a traffic jam in New York City. You've got to figure out a way to make it happen. You can get through there. You've just got to be methodical about it. The biggest thing is, again, looking at your temperatures, telling your crew chief if you have handling issues, you need to nip that in the bud right now. You need to get it behind you as soon as you get on. If you have any kind of handling issue whatsoever, balance-wise, and they can fix it, a first pit stop would be sure. I'd be yelling at Larry, fix this, baby. Can't be having this later in the race.
Versus the other races we go to, they've had 2 practice sessions since qualifying. Right. So they've had a chance to get their balance the way they like it. Talked to a lot of drivers, and everybody seems to be pretty happy with their car. Some of them are hoping for a little more speed, but they like the balance, and that's really critical. This is the hottest part of the day for these guys, so this is where handling is going to be the most crucial.
First little breakaway of the race. Kyle Larson got about 2 car lengths out in front, and all that did was bring the pack right back to him, bumper to bumper.
Big pushes out of the back of his car by Joey Logano. You're going to see that a lot. You have to be careful with those pushes. The Fords, all weekend long, we've seen the Fords have been able to push harder on the rear bumpers of the car in front of them. You see the 10 car Eric Almirola pulling right up to the back of Bowman. Have to be careful of those pushes. Don't be too aggressive. You can spin them out.
And the 2 front row starters remain side by side. Alex Bowman has the overall record in that purple Rick Hendrick Chevrolet for 6 consecutive front row starts in this race. Last year's pole sitter Kyle Larson on point, is Bowman's teammate.
We saw Alex in his qualifying race. He got out of that pack in a hurry. Did not like the way his car drove. It had speed for qualifying, but it didn't have balance for the race. That's the good thing about the last 2 days. Getting the opportunity for him and his crew chief to look at the other cars, look at Kyle Larson's car, look at Chase Elliott's car, and try to figure out what is the combination to get him most comfortable to where he can lead like this.
Talk to Kevin Harvick. Watch these cowl flaps flip up on Joey Logano on the front. He said you're not doing a good enough job pushing if them cowl flaps aren't. That's negative air pressure on there. Pulls those cowl flaps up. As he gets away from Kyle Larson in front of him, you won't. But as soon as he gets close enough, watch his cowl flap. He needs to get closer, Tony. I'm trying to show the world.
He's not there yet.
There he is.
Now watch this. See it starting to flip right there? That's that neutral pressure in the cowl of that race car.
There's some Joey Logano audio.
Just so you know the 5 lifted every time in the corner to like 60%, that 1/3 mark.
Trying to keep us too wide, I think.
It's good intel. It's got to save fuel too. You know, when you're running at the front of the pack and you're pulling this charge, you are wide open. You have to be. They'll run you over, right? But if you're back there mid-pack, Tony, you can just be 30, 40, 50% sometimes.
Still half.
Let's get an update on the pole sitter from Jamie.
Well, Mike, you guys were talking about Alex Bowman. They did have a different direction than their teammates coming in. They wanted this pole. They focused only on qualifying. It wasn't until Friday they actually put it in race trim just to see what they have. I was told they practiced aggressively to make sure they had something good that they could lead with, that the car was balanced, it drove well, and it was comfortable. Checked all those boxes, Mike.
Good enough for now, absolutely. Okay, if you watch iRacing or if you play iRacing, you all run around Daytona 3 wide on the safety of your computer. Why isn't somebody going out, making the 3rd lane, trying to make something happen?
Well, you said it. There's no reset out here. That resets in the infield care center with some guy saying, "Are you okay?" checking your vitals. You don't have that in iRacing. This
Very
is the real
good
deal.
point.
And after the qualifying races, talking to a lot of the drivers, as soon as you get out, these cars have so much drag in them to get all the way on and outside. I don't know that you can carry the momentum. I think there's going to be parts of the race where it will come into play, but this is way too early to really worry about getting 3 wide. These guys are wanting to settle in. They're wanting to get some laps on these tires. Like Clint mentioned, they got stickers. They want to sit there and try to just figure out what their balance is, settle in. They got a long day ahead of them still.
9 laps complete. Alex Bowman has led 8 of them after Kyle Larson led the first. The pageantry, the air show is over. Down to business in the Daytona 500. Welcome back to Daytona, where Christopher Bell has taken the lead from Kyle Larson. Let's take a closer look at this steep banking at Daytona with Larry McReynolds and the Toyota Cutaway car.
Yeah, Mike, we certainly see cars spin out and get wrecked in the corners, but we see a lot of cars spin out and get wrecked on the straightaways here at Daytona. Let's use our Toyota Cutaway car. When it's in the corners, it's in 31 degrees of banking. The car is really loaded and pushed into the racetrack. But as it transitions off of turn 2 onto the flatter backstretch, it only has 3 degrees of banking. The car is light. It's not loaded. It doesn't have as much grip in the race car. That's why we see a car that just gets into another car car, because the car's light, spins it out. Maybe we even see the big one just like we did last night at the end of that Xfinity Series race.
Thanks, Larry. 13 complete. Christopher Bell on the top side made a wide high move off turn number 4, and it's the first time a Toyota has led in the Cup Series in Speed Week so far.
They've been sneaky, make no mistake about it. They always have the handling and the speed to get the job done here. Look no further than Denny Hamlin, but I'm telling you, Christopher Bell just keeps knocking on that door harder and harder and harder. It surprises me none at all to see him leading this pack. I'm going to go back to what Larry said real quick. He said the car gets light up off of it, and all the guys have been talking about it. Sometimes if your balance is loose, Tony, that thing really wants to step out. We saw that with the trucks and the Xfinity. But these guys have been talking about floating the nose and being tight.
Absolutely, and the two key areas that in the corners are the entry and the exit. That's where you kind of go up and over the crown to get into the banking, and then same thing on the exit, especially the exit. If your car's tight at all, it gets to that, the front end just gets tight, and then as soon as the right front catches, then it shears the back loose, and so that creates a big handful for these guys.
Well, 2 laps ago, Joey Logano's number 22 got a little impatient with Kyle Larson on the inside here.
Ooh, good push into 3, but
Kyle got loose. Now look at the run that Christopher Bell got. That is exactly why Christopher Bell got the lead. That'll get you attention.
And that's a really good illustration of what I talked to some crew chiefs. The way the drivers were talking about it, used to be we wanted to kind of flank off that right-hand side because what it did is it trapped the air to the right corner. Now, because of the skew in the cars, and the bodies are already pointed to the outside, when they get pushing on that corner, it just leverages it around even more. So they really want to be centered up for that push, or even a little bit to the left now.
And Logano's reaction to that was?
Tell the 5 I won't push up in the corners. Obviously, you can't get a left. Now I know. Yeah, copy that.
Now you know.
Lesson learned.
Let's get an update on Kyle Larson.
Yeah, and the 5 of Kyle Larson has a car that, although they qualified up front, they've been working on that thing all week long to get it where they want it for drafting. And you see Joey Logano, as you guys just showed, keeps giving him those pushes. Well, they came over the radio, asked him, are you still good with the pushes you're getting from the 22? He simply said, yep, that was all.
Yeah, guys, I've been watching the throttle on Kyle Larson in the 5. He is not really wide open at all anywhere around this racetrack. He keeps backing that car up to be able to get those pushes from the 22 car.
Here is Larson's telemetry. Plenty of throttle, no hint of brake, as Christopher Bell from Norman, Oklahoma, midget and sprint car star before coming to the Xfinity and up to the Cup Series with Joe Gibbs Racing.
Outside 8. You got a gap of 2 behind him if the 31 don't go.
Back at 25th, Eric Jones. 23rd, Harrison Burton. In the middle of this snarling pack. Regan.
Well, Mike, you've been talking about the 22 of Joey Logano. That race car ran a lot of practice the past 2 days. More practice than you would think for a car that won his duel. They weren't overly happy with the handling of it. Crew Chief Paul Rolfe said they made some significant changes to get it a little better to connect the corner for today. So far, that has worked out. Only in certain circumstances that race car gets loose on him. Otherwise, he's happy with it.
Thanks, Regan. Bell continues out front of Alex Bowman. We welcome Guns N' Roses to the NASCAR jungle this weekend. They're on the 43 car, and they're going on tour this summer. Keep watching for more.
Best looking hot rod on the track.
NASCAR American Express card. The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Toyota, Let's Go Places, and by the Credit One Bank NASCAR American Express card. 21 laps complete. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, powering the race from green to checkered flag and every mile in between. Goodyear, more driven. Kyle Larson leading Joey Logano and Christopher Bell, Chevy, Ford, Toyota in that order.
I got one for you. Biggest movers of the race, folks. No further than the 84 of Jimmy Johnson. I thought he'd learn and take his time with this. He's already moving to the front. Here he comes. 7-time.
Johnson and Kyle Busch, each up almost 10 spots from starting in the last 2 rows of this 40-car field.
Well, we talked about it. They start slipping and sliding around. You're 23 laps into this stage. This is where you start getting some handling woes, and you see the guys that are maybe trying to bail out. If they're still handling well, Jimmy likes what he feels. Ty Gibbs likes what he feels. Reddick's on the way. These boys are coming.
Now take a look at the third car on the outside. That's the number 10 of Eric Almirola in a Stewart-Haas Ford. He won his dual race here Thursday night. Regan.
Mike, one of the fastest cars all weekend long, but from the driver's seat right now, already some concerns over something he's seeing out the front windshield.
I got the hood gasket trying to blow out on the left side. 10-4.
So that's not the cow flaps that we were talking about on the 22 car. That's actually on the side of the hoods itself. In between the hood and the fender, there's actually a gasket in there. And those hoods get to bouncing around in that neutral air. If you bounce around too much, spits that gasket out. Might be a problem for them. They could probably tape that thing down, remedy the problem in the pits.
And Jimmy Johnson has moved up 11 spots since the start of this race. Jamie.
Mike, it's hard to believe he's been away from our sport for 2 years. He was racing Indy cars, though, and he got in this car the other night for qualifying, and he had a smile on his face and said, "I'm back, boys. This just feels like home." They worked on the car, made good progress, and it's showing up 11 spots, as you mentioned.
He's in 27th position right now. Ty Gibbs, the rookie and Xfinity champion, has moved up plus 12 from where he started all the way to 21st. We saw a little 3-wide racing in mid-pack, but not much. Things have kind of shuffled back to double file.
Well, yeah, you're exactly right. And we talked about Jimmy Johnson, Ty Gibbs, you know, Tyler Reddick moving up. Well, okay, who went back? Ross Chastain, Zane Smith, Gilliland. You gotta ride. We talked about riding 500 miles. You got to survive. If your handling is going away right here, dip down to the back, ride in a place you can. And I think that's what was creating some of that 3-wide, just a little bit of shuffling.
I won't ask Tony since he's a Ford team owner, but Toyota, Clint, had not led a lap all week until now. Christopher Bell out front. Was that a smoke screen?
Well, hey, the Fords have been fast, strength in numbers. We talked about that. But you can never count out the guy that you can't ever forecast who's going to surprise you. And it didn't surprise me one bit that Gibbs camp showed up. Talk about it. Look at his teammate. Ty Gibbs is moving well. Those cars are going to be fast. I haven't won 3 of these Daytona 500s with Denny Hamlin for nothing.
Well, and we also mentioned that It's different when you split this field in half and you run the qualifying races with half the field. You split the majority of those Toyotas up, so there's not a lot of numbers, physical numbers to begin with. But then when you split them up into two even smaller groups, that hurts them in the qualifying races. Now with the entire field back intact, now they're in an even stake with everybody.
That's such a great point, and it's easy to overlook, Mike. When you're running those dual races, and as little of practice as you have when you come down here to Daytona, the only thing you have to go off of to build that notebook is those duels. When you get out here with the whole pack, the air, the movement, everything else is way more amplified. Any little bit of a problem you ever was struggling with, it's going to be way worse now.
How fast is fast? Let's look at our Xfinity fastest lap of the race as Ty Dillon is on the apron, smoke coming out the pipes. Ty Gibbs, fastest lap of the race, 46.42. Ross Chastain, Connor Daly, Cody Ware up from the back end. Eric Jones. 27 green flag laps complete. Christopher Bell's Toyota in front of Kyle Larson and Alex Bowman's Chevrolets, Joey Logano's and Eric Almirola's Fords.
Getting a run off turn 4. It's going to be a drag race all the way back to the start-finish line. No caution. They're side by side, right to the line. Big crash. Here they come. Checkered flag. Harvick. Kevin Harvick wins the Daytona 500.
He came from 7th to 1st on the final lap to win it. And to celebrate Harvick's final season, Busch Light's giving away $50,000 toward one lucky fan's retirement and more huge prizes. Follow @BuschBeer on Twitter and tweet hashtag Busch401k and hashtag sweepstakes during every lap that ends in a 4 for your chance to win. Harv riding 16th right now. Christopher Bell leading. Alex Bowman, Kyle Larson, Eric Almirola. They've been the front 4 most all day, along with Joey Logano. Last year's winner Austin Cindric and his teammate Ryan Blaney trading 6th and 7th. Corey LaJoie up for 8th with Chase Elliott, Brad Keselowski in the top 10. 32 green flag laps so far in this first of 3 stages This one lasts 65 laps. So Larry Mack, when might we see them on pit road if we stay green?
Yeah, Mike, as I noted at the top of the show, the fuel window is about 42 to 46 laps. I tried to talk to 2 or 3 crew chiefs from each manufacturer between yesterday and this morning, and I think once we get to about lap 35, that's when we'll start to see manufacturers starting to peel off. But I think it's going to be a little bit of monkey see, monkey do. But one observation, a lot of those Fords are in that outside line right now. When you're side by side, 2 lanes like that, you got to be to the bottom before you can make that green flag stop.
Exactly, Larry. Usually when we see, them talking about pitting, 2 or 3 laps to go, they start formulating where they're at, try to find where their manufacturer teammates are so they can all pit together. They may not have this luxury. This is a new one. If they don't get established pretty quick, they're going to be pitting with a bunch of people, and it might be a lot of trouble here coming on to pit road.
34 green flag laps this time by. Christopher Bell has just led his 18th lap of the race. And where is 2-time 500 winner Michael Waltrip?
Where is Michael? Chris, those, excuse me, Mike, those grandstands are sold out. So what do the fans do as an option to that? Well, they watch it on Fox. As we got this big screen TV here, battle for the lead up front. They're watching on Fox, but they're also enjoying a hot dog and a cold beer, having a lot of fun in the fan zone. There's many different ways to take on the Great American Race, and this is a pretty good one right here, Mike.
All right, have fun, Michael.
All right, you're starting to see it. The 10 and the 2. Almirola and Austin Cindric already moved down from that outside line, trying to get established. You can't be pitting from that outside. Got to be on the bottom. Logano, Blaney behind him.
At the 50, you'll be leaving pit road down here.
Yeah, Connor Daly has already made a pit stop, a little early for a scheduled gas stop as he comes off pit road without benefit of the draft. Ty Dillon in the garage. And Christopher Bell out front. Kyle Larson and Christopher Bell have quite a history. When Larson went NASCAR racing, Christopher Bell took over Larson's USAC ride. They have been rivals for quite a while, open wheel and stock cars.
I remember being in the motorhome at Atlanta Motor Speedway with Kyle Larson, and we were watching a dirt race from Calistoga, California, and he goes, "You got to watch this guy, Christopher Bell." And I said, "Is he good?" He goes, "He's better than me."
Oh boy.
That's Kyle Larson's words.
Wow. Corey LaJoie has come to second place. Outspoken young driver, 3rd generation star. His dad was a modified star in New England. His granddad, his dad Randy, was a Busch Series champion a couple times over and now runs Safer Racer, helping short track racers have safer seating and driving environment. In fact, Corey himself welded up the seats for my son's first race car. And now here he is in the Cup Series in the top 5 trying to win the Daytona 500.
I'm seeing these Fords are waving. Them hands are waving. The Fords are coming, I'd say. Watch for all these Fords to try to find each other and peel off. What do the rest of them do?
Remember, execution and no mistakes. That's a big key.
The Fords fan out below the double yellow line.
Logano, huge. Look at that. Past his teammate, Austin Cindric.
Regan.
It was all about positioning and getting himself where he needed to be to get onto the bottom for the pit stop. And Eric Almirola, that race car right now, just a little bit too tight and bottoming out. Josh?
Well, the 6 of Brad Keselowski is saying he's got good speed in that car, just a little bit tight off of 4.
Ryan Blaney in the 12. First pit stops of the year. Right sides right now, just a little bit tight on exit for Blaney. Good stop.
11 Fords all stopped in one group at lap 38.
Learning what we learned at the duels, I'd say these other cars are going to be coming quick, and here they are. Boy, that was close.
Regan.
Corey LaJoie in the 7 car, a strong run so far. He felt like this was coming today out of this race car. A lot of confidence in it and knew that his competitors would be willing to work with him. Josh?
Well, Kyle Busch has been working his way through the field after having to start in the back. He said it's just a 1 to 2 snug on that car, Jamie.
Alex Bowman in the 43 started on pole for this race for the 3rd time in his career. Pretty good overall, just doesn't want the 7 of Corey LaJoie to push him. A little delayed there as they continue to fuel the 48.
Noah Gregson's car did not have the lights on the dash properly timed to pit road speed. He was noticeably slower down pit road than the rest of that group.
Well, I could tell you why, because he was noticeably faster coming on. Watch him over here. Here he comes. Makes a big move. Cuts a couple of them off. Going extremely fast.
Crash down the front straightaway heading for pit road. Around goes the Rick Ware Racing number 15 of rookie Riley Herbst. Not a crash, just a spin, and we stay green because he gets safely to pit road.
Still green, very important.
Josh.
And the 20 of Christopher Bell has led a lot of laps. He's been really happy with his car so far.
Everybody makes it onto and off pit road, and we stay green 39 laps into the Daytona 500.
I knew that was going to be an interesting one with everybody being jumbled up.
And here's your new leader. He started last. He's running first. Travis Pastrana now comes to pit road.
Pretty cool. Lead first lap of the Daytona 500.
Down to pit road speed. As the rest of the field forms up after pit stops. Your leader will be Denny Hamlin from Christopher Bell and Tyler Reddick. So Toyota wins the first round of green flag pit stops.
Look at the run of the Fords, though. Here comes Eric Almirola and company, Cindric, Blaney, Logano right behind him. Jimmy pulled up to make a block, and here they come.
Commitment line violation for Riley Herbst when he spun at the entrance of pit road, so he'll have to do a pass-through penalty. 40 laps complete, 160 to go in the Daytona 500. Riley Herbst, that orange car on the left of your screen, locks up the rear brake, spins around coming to pit road, but no caution flag. The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance.
grab an ice-cold Coke Zero Sugar, and cheer on your favorite member of the Coca-Cola racing family. You're watching NASCAR on Fox.
44 laps complete. That was Denny Hamlin, and let's get an update on the Coca-Cola Racing family. He is your leader. Newest family member Chase Elliott, 11th, Joey Logano, Daniel Suarez, Austin Dillon. Big shakeup on those pit stops, and the two big beneficiaries on pit stops were Chase Briscoe, that red Ford down to the inside, and the number 8 of Kyle Busch in a Chevrolet. They chose to pit with the Toyotas instead of the other cars of their own brand.
I think a lot of that was, like we talked about, you can't pit from the outside. So if you're already out there and there's no room to get down, you've just got to come in with the guys that are around you.
And you can be more efficient. With all of that chaos of so many cars trying to pit from wherever they were, you saw Noah Gragson come from the outside all over the place. Just coming in with a small collected group, your performance can be better. Shows with Kyle Busch.
Briscoe took 2 tires. That's how he vaulted from 33rd to the top 5. And there's Kyle Busch, who is the biggest mover since the start, along with Briscoe, Tyler Reddick, Ty Gibbs, and Hamlin. This is our driver's eye camera. It is a tiny camera. You could stack, half a dozen of them on your little fingernail. And it is mounted in the foam to the side of the driver's face, between his temples and the outer shell of the helmet. Pretty revolutionary, brand new technology, and we're happy to debut it this week.
I literally had one in my hand the other day, and it is so cool to see how good the technology is. But to have this kind of access and see it exactly from the driver's perspective, that's something we haven't had in the past.
Check out that camera, folks. This is something with this new car. We had it last year, but it's so cool to see how the old school drivers, maybe a guy like Kevin Harvick, Jimmy Johnson, that's coming back to the sport after being gone for a couple years. He might be still with the old school rear view mirror, but a lot of these guys, the new kids are going, are using that camera. I'll get it out, Tony.
We're starting to see that on passenger cars too, a camera instead of a rear view mirror. Hamlin, Briscoe. Travis Pastrana had to serve a penalty for driving through too many pit boxes on exit after his stop. Just a rookie mistake. 47 laps and 1 pit stop complete. Denny Hamlin, Chase Briscoe battle.
into the event's elimination chamber. Who remains on the road to WrestleMania? Plus, SmackDown Women's Champion Charlotte Flair goes face-to-face with her WrestleMania opponent Rhea Ripley. That all-new Friday Night SmackDown, live at 8 Eastern, 7 Central on Fox.
Charlotte Flair was an honorary race official here in Daytona today. So, one of our Super 6 questions, which of these drivers will have the best finish today? Here are the 6. Take your pick.
That's a tough pick, man. Daytona 500 winners. Brad Keselowski strong. Uh-oh, Bubba Wallace on pit road.
Drop to the back of the pack coming off turn number 4.
Wallace had moved to that top line to get from behind the 14, who he said was unsteady. Well, once he moved to the top line, he got hit into the fence and had to come pit, guys.
Right side damage to Bubba Wallace. They'll put 2 tires on it. Send him back out. He was running second and completes the stop.
Need to make sure that didn't bend a toe link in the rear. Hit pretty hard. There it is.
There was the bump for Martin Truex.
Turned him right into the wall. Yep. I'd say be able to get that. Man, that's a shot. That car's. I'd say if they can get it back to this into the stage, they're going to be needing to check the toe on that thing and maybe even a toe link on the rear.
So a little more. Here's Wallace back out trying to get up to speed. And of course he has lost the draft. The field will inhale him here in about a lap or 2. Chase Briscoe, first car on the inside in that Ford, went from 33rd to the lead on pit stops after changing 2 tires like most of the racers did. Larry told us in break the reason: he changed left side tires. When you come in the pits, the left sides are closer to the crew. They don't have to come around the car. They can change lefts faster than they can change rights.
Sneaky good.
There he is.
Good move.
Jamie.
The 48 of Alex Bowman led 11 laps early, and because of that, he needed more fuel, so he had to stay on pit road 2 additional seconds in order to keep on strategy with the rest of the Chevrolet team. So now he's mired back mid-pack in 26th right now, saying his car's a little bit wiggly.
Never too early. I can't believe I'm saying this because I never had this mentality, Tony, but never too early to start counting points. I didn't ever want to say when I in my driving career, I don't want to hear about it. This is my one chance at the biggest race of my career to win the Daytona 500. But I've been talking to Kyle Larson. I've heard Kevin Harvick talk about it. They're already thinking points.
Absolutely. It's the competition keeps getting tighter and tighter every year. And as that happens, you have to start thinking backwards from the end. You can't wait till 5 races from the cutoff in the regular season to sit there and get yourself in position. So every one of these points matters, especially the bonus points going into the playoffs.
Stage end at lap 65 and at lap 130. Last year, Martin Truex won both stages of the Daytona 500 and picked up those championship points. 55 laps complete. We're going to take you Fox side by side. 59 laps complete, working lap 60 in the longest green flag run to start the Daytona 500 in 15 years. Toyota's out front after one set of green flag stops. Martin Truex Jr., Denny Hamlin, and rookie Ty Gibbs, last year's Xfinity champion, out in front of the field, which encompasses 7 Toyotas, 15 Ford Mustangs, and 18 Chevy Camaros.
You just never know about the sport. We've been down here. We've been through qualifying. We've been through the duels. We've watched all these races, Tony. Haven't really said much about Toyota. Look over your shoulder coming to the first stage in, 5 to go here. 1, 2, 3, Toyota.
Yeah, and guys, Truex was fast, obviously, in his qualifying race. Denny Hamlin, you just get him anywhere near the front, he's going to figure it out. Ty Gibbs is getting a great education right now following Denny. That's probably the best position he could be in right now, is just to follow Denny and learn from him.
Martin Truex, 3 top 10s in 18 Daytona 500s. In 2016, the driver filling up his rearview mirror, Denny Hamlin, won the race by 1/100th of a second, with Truex second. I think that doesn't keep you up late at night.
Where's it going to come from, Tony? These Fords, you see them lined up, the 10, the 6, the 17, 41 behind them, Priest. I think that's where the move's going to first come from, but Logano's already pulled out in the back.
Somebody I'm concerned about right now is Christopher Bell in the 20 car. He was up front in that mix. He has fallen all the way back to 25th right now and has kind of got himself detached from that lead group.
I see the opportunity coming with these lappers. They're going to be pulling up on 2-lap cars. When they start fanning out, boom, there's your chance. Cindric just moved Reddick out of the way. A lot of Fords lined up behind these 3 Toyotas. How do they capitalize on that?
3 laps to go to the end of the stage. They'll wave a green and white checkered flag.
Harvick's not waiting.
Slow, and there's pit stops.
There goes Harvick. They're going to move up in front of him.
Push. They all went with you.
Ryan Preece just ahead on the inside.
And you had mentioned that, Clint, earlier. These guys are already thinking about those stage points and already trying to put themselves in position to maximize whatever they can get at the end of stage 1.
What happened to Christopher Bell?
Sorry, boys. Made one wrong decision. Oh, buddy, it's a long day, man. Don't worry about it.
Here they come. I thought the 10 was going to be the first when Keselowski jumped on the opportunity, pounced on it. You see the 3 Toyotas pull up, and there's the 2. There is the 2-lap cars I told you. That was going to be the opportunity that would separate those leaders, make them make a move. Keselowski was spot on with that move. Like it.
Wow. First air just screwed the bottom lane big time.
It'll be 3 wide. Here we go, Tony.
Don't understand what A.J. Allmendinger's doing there. I don't know why you'd move intentionally to the middle of the track when you got 2 wide of traffic.
Because that one right there is the lucky dog. The 23, Bubba Wallace, that had to pit. That's a battle for the lucky dog. That was a smart move, bold move, but that's what he's racing.
Bubba Wallace and Zane Smith trying to be the first car 1 lap down and get waved back around to the lead lap on the caution. Truex by inches over Keselowski. 1 more lap to the end of stage 1.
I like that move. Brad Keselowski timed those lappers perfect.
And the top lane is boxed in, held up there by Martin Truex.
Yeah, they got stacked up. When you get stacked up like that, everybody, is forced to hit the brakes, and it just accordions, and look at the damage done.
Coming to the caution flag, Brad Keselowski, part owner now of Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing. He won a dual race here a year ago in the team's new debut, and he's going to win stage 1 as they come to the line and beat Ryan Preece by a car length. First stage win for Keselowski in the Daytona 500, and what a power move by Preece right at the flag.
That was a slick move. That was really cool. Brad Keselowski knew the timing was right. Eric Almirola did too. He's just a little bit too late. Brad pounced on it, got the win.
Caution flag waves for the first time in Daytona at the end of stage 1. sold out grandstand and infield here at Daytona. Here's today's big move, sponsored by Pods.
Yeah, he had made it right there, Keselowski. He was following the 10. Almirola got there, got in position before as they caught those two lappers, Allmendinger and the 15 car. Watch this. Here comes the energy behind them. Priest, a big shot. Keselowski's going to wait just a little bit more energy. He's going to make a move and beat those guys. Just beat them just a little bit to that punch, that 10 car, and that's all it took. Look at the help behind him. Forge in your rearview mirror, that's exactly what it takes.
And they finish the stage 1, 2, 3. Keselowski, Priest, and Chris Buescher in that blue number 17. Then Harvick, Michael McDowell. It's a top 5 sweep for Ford at stage 1. That's your Pods big move. Highest Toyota, Ty Gibbs in 7th. Highest Chevrolet, Jimmy Johnson from the back of the field to 8th.
I don't think he's forgot how to do this.
All right, we listened in on Martin Truex, who fell back into the pack during that exchange.
It's kind of like when you said the 6 was coming, I thought the 11 was going to move and we were going to go together. I guess they came too fast.
We want to work together when we can, but I can promise you if the roles were reversed right here, the 11 would have left her. So if I see it coming, I tell you, man, we got to go because they had the numbers.
Truex ends up 9th in the stage. Drew Herring, his spotter. And pit road will be open this time. Brad Keselowski to lead them down. Now under green, 3 cars took fuel only. And we'll see how things change up here. Regan?
Kevin Harvick in his final Daytona 500 has been silent on the radio till the caution just came out for the stage end. He told the team the car is just fine. Josh?
Stage 1 winner Brad Keselowski happy with his car. He's getting 4 tires and fuel. Jamie?
Brian Priest, the newest driver for Stewart-Haas Racing in the 41. A little tight to start, a little loose. At the end of the run, they're going to make a small adjustment in 4 tires. Chris Buescher, brand new dad in the 17, a little loose. Overall, very good car.
Slipped through the front of his box, had to back up. Going to be a long stop in the 17, Chris Buescher.
Priest lightning. Ryan Priest leads the field off pit road as we look at our race off pit road sponsored by Ram.
Style up old Noah Gragson, holding a pretty wheel out there. I like this kid. Think he's going to do big things. Hey, Noah Gragson, it's Boyer up in the booth. You got us?
Yeah, 10-4.
Man, you guys have had a big week down here. Wendy's has been all over the place. My man up here, Tony's been over there, well, about 3 times a day. Tell me about your car. Tell me about your week.
Yeah, it's been a great week down here at Daytona. I think we got a great Wendy's 42 Chevy. It's been a lot of fun with this Legacy Motor Club team, and this week I've been scanning that Wendy's Square, getting some cool prizes, and make sure all you fans do that too. Scan it, get some big prizes out there.
Absolutely, buddy. Good luck out there.
Thanks.
Well, Wendy's has been cutting no corners. In fact, they've been throwing shade at the burger competition on social media this week. 68 laps complete. A crowded pit road at Daytona. The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Verizon, the network you deserve, the savings you want.
Already got some gestures out here, Tony. What do you think they are? That one looks aggressive. That one looks like it has all the fingers. I'm telling you, the 11 balls, I don't think he had all 5 fingers out the window. What do you think?
Well, we were watching on pit exit after the pit stops there. It's a little congested right there, as you can see, and Denny unfortunately had to run Joey out a little bit. I don't know that Joey fully understood at the time how many cars were inside of Denny there that pushed him out.
You didn't answer me. How many fingers?
Josh?
Well, just an update on the 23 of Bubba Wallace. We saw that damage when he hit the wall earlier. Well, they were telling him that the toe link is bent. They're going to ride with it for now, but at some point they're probably going to need to change that, guys.
I figure that's that rear toe link. They'll scrub that tire really hard. Tire wear will be key to making it to the end of this stage. Have to be very careful with that. Hoping for a caution where they can get that changed.
Now, we questioned A.J. Allmendinger's move coming to the flag, and indeed, he was battling Bubba Wallace to be the first car 1 lap down, and he did get the free pass, so Allmendinger is back on the lead lap after pit stops. Coming out of turn number 4, there's the Geico restart zone when the race leader, the control car, which right now is the 41 of Ryan Preece, enters that zone, and it's marked by lines on the wall and the track and a cone in the fence. Anytime in that green zone, he can hit the gas and accelerate, and the starter will wave the green flag. The rest of the field gets to react.
Important to note, it's longer this year. They've added about 50% of that restart zone. I think you're going to see some more craftsmanship, some gamesmanship, if you will, with these guys. I like that move. I didn't like it was almost too short. You would get in there, and when you took off, those guys would be rolling to you, and you would roll on past it. So that craftsmanship there, I like that gamesmanship. You got to be able to jump that guy. That needs to be the leader's advantage.
It was added 25% on the front and added 25% on the back. So
yeah.
it does, and that's exactly what was happening, Clint. The guy that was the control car was holding a steady pace. The guys on the outside were rolling it because the zone was so short that they got really good at timing it. With a longer restart zone, makes it much more difficult for that outside car to time the restart.
Absolutely. Like that rule change.
So we're green in stage 2. Because of stage racing, Buddy Baker's overall average speed mark for the Daytona 500 is in no jeopardy, because we will stop at least twice for caution flags at the end of the first 2 stages. Brad Keselowski was out front when the first one ended. Now he battles Eric Almirola. Ford's the top 5.
All these manufacturers are taking turns now. They've all had their moment where they've had groups of cars leading this race.
The first Chevy is the 24 of William Byron. The first Toyota, the 19 of Martin Truex.
Well, I think you don't have to look any further. Whoa, that was close.
Yeah.
Preece was pushing hard. Got him bottled up on the bottom, but you don't have to look any further than that first stage and what happened. Strength in numbers, we've been talking about that, right? Those 3 Toyotas were out front, then Ford's pounced on them. Attrition's still going to play a part in this. You hear Denny Hamlin talk about luck being a part of it. You're going to have a big one. How do those 3 cars outrun them? Well, you just wait and see. Get to the end of this thing. Put them Fords in a position where they come off of turn 4 and don't have a choice but to push you. There's too many on the outside. You're right on the yellow line. They're going to push you to the wind. That's how you do it.
Look at Preece in the 41 give Keselowski a jolt and put him out in front of that pack. Now Almirola with the bubble behind him, between him and the 2 of Austin Cindric, and they are gaining energy. Tell me about that bubble.
It's kind of like a spring. The closer those cars get together, the more it compresses the air. And what that air will do is it will compress like a spring. At some point, that spring's going to push you forward. It pushes that lead car forward. It pushes the second car backwards a little bit. But that is that energy that we've talked about, and that's why you see when you get a second car behind and all of a sudden that first car gets a shot, it doesn't have to have physical contact to push that car forward.
The other side of the energy equation is you know, who's behind you. You heard me talk about it earlier with the rear view mirror, everything out of the back glass. You have to have a dance partner. That means you have to have people behind you that when you make that move, you don't break. As soon as you break that channel over the car in front of you, it's like pulling a parachute. You have to have people to push you through and continue on with that energy that we talk about.
And the key word in that statement, Clint, was partner. It has to take two people to do it together, and it's not always the first guy just holding it wide open, because you don't want to spring too far ahead of the guy in front of you. So when you get that push and you notice that it's going forward, sometimes they'll drag the brake a little bit or just roll out of the throttle a little bit just to maintain that, to help that second car get caught back up.
33 cars on the lead lap. Bubba Wallace, the first car, 1 lap down. Two by two, 17 rows deep, with Brad Keselowski and Ryan Preece leading the Daytona 500 on Fox. Brad Keselowski, your leader. We're monitoring the race, sponsored by Dexcom. The first stage went caution-free despite this spin by Riley Herbst. We stayed green. He got a penalty for missing the commitment cone. Bubba Wallace gets a bump on the back straightaway from Martin Truex and gets up and into the wall. Brad Keselowski in the 6 leads Ryan Preece's 41 to win stage 1.
When you got an itch, you got to scratch it. You can't stop. Lift the visor up, scratch your nose, put your visor back down.
And it's exactly what you said. I don't know why it is or even how to explain it, but your nose, from the vibrations, whatever that sequence is, it's always your nose that itches.
That's the Hail Melon Man, Ross Chastain, in the Advent Health Cam in his number 1. Chase Briscoe, another one of our Fox Driver's Eye cams, in his Mahindra Tractor Sport. Almirola leading. Keselowski. Cindric on the outside with Almirola. Preece inside with Keselowski, and Kevin Harvick right in the mix, third car on the inside in honor of Harv's final season. Busch Light's giving away $50,000 toward one lucky fan's retirement, along with other big prizes. Follow @BuschBeer on Twitter and tweet #Busch401k and #sweepstakes during every lap that ends in a 4, like 2 laps from now, for your chance to win.
He's still pushed down at the bottom, still nothing ahead. Still nothing.
Been watching the hood on Austin Cindric. This thing just keeps getting looser and looser. If that thing gets to vibrating too much, you could break a hood hinge. Look how bad that thing's bouncing around. You could break a hood pin. I think the hood pin's broken.
I think
Tony.
it is.
Yep. I thought that thing was bouncing around. Gonna need to get it to the into the stage here, get it taped down.
Brad Keselowski from Rochester, Michigan. Out in front, he led the most laps in last year's Daytona 500.
41's going to be to you quick. Here he comes.
That's Brad Spotter, TJ Majors.
A lot of pushing on the back of that 10.
A few feet off of him, fade back, he's on you, let you go now, half, three-quarter.
Sounds like an auctioneer, but that information and having it repetitive like that is more valuable than what you think. It's everything, every second things are changing, so hearing that information, even if it's the same thing, just reiterates to that driver what's going on.
Well, the other side of that is you don't want to get out too far. You heard him half, three-quarter. You don't want to get back a car length and a half. Somebody could come in and fill that void. The other, and if you get out too far, by the time he catches you, he's got to hit the brakes. Well, guess what? That stacks up the whole line.
Go on with you, man. With you. You're clear.
Both drivers leading these 2 lanes. Keselowski on the inside and the 10, Eric Almirola on the outside, have each come within 1 mile of winning the Daytona 500.
Unfortunately, I hate hearing that stat because
you're part of it.
Yeah, hurt my pocketbook.
Yep. Somebody else's bumper wanted a part of it. 85 laps complete. Michigan's Brad Keselowski out in front. Brad Keselowski leads at 89 laps as pre-race was celebrity packed here in Daytona. A lot of NFL stars on hand. There's your honorary starter.
Loving it.
Receiver Brandon Marshall. Funny man Pete Davidson.
Truex fan.
Taking it all in during Daytona pre-race. And Michael Jordan came out and talked to his team before the 500. Celebrating a birthday this weekend.
One cool cat. So neat that he's a part of this sport.
90 laps to go, 10 laps to halfway. Now, Christopher Bell led 20 laps in his Toyota. Martin Truex 13 in his. Alex Bowman 11 in his Chevrolet. Kyle Larson 6 in his Chevy, and Ford has led the rest. Not the most laps, but they were in front at the end of stage 1, where Kyle Busch has inserted himself up into the top 10 after starting out back in a backup car. Josh?
Yeah, Kyle Busch, the biggest mover on the day before that last stop. He was saying he was too tight. They made an adjustment to help him out. He said the balance is much better, but he needs just a little bit more on that last adjustment to get it where he wants, Jamie.
And Josh, how about the man in second right now, Ryan Preece in the 41? He was in the Cup Series for 3 years, stepped aside for a couple of years, ran in some truck races, and waited it out. He wanted to make his way back to the Cup Series in a competitive ride. Now here he is, the Connecticut driver, has come back to the Cup Series thanks to our own Tony Stewart calling him up to drive for SHR. And you see that man on the right, Chad Johnston. He even brought him back to the Cup Series. You may know Chad from working with Martin Truex Jr., Tony Stewart, and Kyle Larson. Pretty cool, huh, Smoke, to see him running up front.
Yes, it is. I'm excited about Ryan. His record speaks for itself. Up in the Northeast, he is awesome in modifieds, and excited to have him. Excited to have Chad Johnston back with us. Probably one of the most fun crew chiefs I've ever worked with was Chad. So I think this is going to be a really good pairing this year.
Jimmy Johnson is also in the top 10 after getting into the Daytona 500 on speed and starting in the last row. He's in 10th place. Now, he's going to run about 5 races this year for a team in which he is now an equity partner.
I can't believe I'm saying this, but I can't believe he's in the top 10. Such a phenomenal job by Jimmy to step in this thing. No practice, one dual race, and to be running inside the top 10 again after 2 years being removed from this sport. You can't count him out.
Do we have to remind you he won 7 championships?
I know.
I'm fairly certain he could go across the Lake Lloyd and walk across it. Not swim across it, walk across it.
Johnson may be the oldest driver in the field, but his part-time Cup career started late in 2001. 2002 was his rookie year. This is the first Daytona 500 in which no driver competed against Dale Earnhardt.
Wow.
There's Jimmy's record so far. He's now part of Legacy Motor Club. And just to clear up a little bit of the chatter on social media, Richard Petty was a partner in this team. It was Petty GMS Racing with Maury Gallagher, and it was reported this morning Richard sold his interest in the team back to Maury Gallagher. That happened before Jimmy Johnson came on as an equity partner. So Richard out, Jimmy in. Those two were not related. Larry.
Yeah, Mike, 75th anniversary of NASCAR. Here's a Larry McNugget for you at lap 94. The 84 number has never won a Cup race in the history of NASCAR. Finished second, but never won.
Did you tell Jimmy that before he selected it?
I did not.
Darn.
Well, if I were you, I wouldn't either.
No. Jimmy said he chose 84, not just because it's the reverse of the 48 with which he won 7 championships, but all through his career. For motocross bikes on up, the digits 8 and 4 had always held special meaning for him. So he is number 84, and he may change that statistic. 5 laps from halfway in the 65th Daytona 500. 99 laps complete this time by Brad Keselowski, Ryan Preece locked together, leading Kevin Harvick, Michael McDowell, and Eric Jones, the first Chevrolet behind 4 Fords. Now the outside lane has changed. Eric Almirola was leading it. Martin Truex has gone to the front of the outside lane. Kyle Busch behind him, but that Toyota Chevy combination has fallen back in the field compared to the inside.
Getting close again towards the end of stage 2 here. I'm going to tell you probably still 6-7 laps, but I want to go back to that, what we came back from commercial break. Them Thunderbirds, I'm telling you, showed up to put on a show. Unbelievable job by the Thunderbirds, the ultimate flex of our country, and I'm telling you, it was awesome to see. Tony, I thought that guy was coming in here with us.
I thought they were coming in the motorhome yesterday morning when they were doing their practice flight. It was amazing to hear those guys and to see the show today. They definitely show why we're the best nation in the world right now.
Connor Daly stays up high so that that outside lane can move past without incident. But they are not gaining on the inside lane. Now this is just the opposite of what we saw midway in last year's race when the outside lane seemed to have control.
Spot on, but let's go back to the stage before, the first stage. They started for him late in that outside line, and as they do, if he starts marching forward, you're going to see some of these boys starting to pull up, using that block, and beating them to that advantage. That outside line is going to get bigger as we get to the closing laps of this stage. Why do they push so hard for these stages? We all know that the big one's going to be a part of this. If you can get you, 7, 8, 9, 12, 15 stage points and you get wrecked out, it doesn't hurt as bad. If you don't get any stage points because you was riding around the Daytona 500, be there at the end, and then something happens and you don't get that either, you got yourself a big hole to dig out of. It takes months to do.
I've argued with our guys numerous times of you want to sit there a lot of times and go for the end and get those points at the end, but it's never a guarantee. So if you can get those points in each stage, take them. You don't know what's going to happen the rest of the race, especially here at Daytona.
Now Martin Truex has been dropped to the bottom, leaving Kyle Busch to lead the outside lane. There is a graph of his day so far.
You see Tyler Reddick in the monster car, he pulled up. And he didn't pull up. That's that tied off of 4 that I'm talking about. In the wake of these cars, you'll get tied off of 4. A lot of them complained about that after the duels.
Your help is now clear from the top.
Hear him lift.
In front of the 5, still half in front of the 5.
Trying to keep that nose pointed.
And when he did, you saw the nose of Ricky Stenhouse close quickly.
Reddick last year drove a Chevrolet for Richard Childress after winning the Xfinity Series championship. Moved up to Cup, had a great season, but Toyota came calling. 2311 Racing signed him once Kurt Busch was no longer cleared to compete full time. And so Reddick and Kyle Busch have essentially swapped rides for 2023.
Well, I've been doing this long, Mike, but I've been doing it long enough that I think I can get close, and I'm a quick learner. They split that last stage in half, and I think they're going to do the same thing. That tells me it's going to be somewhere around 106. Still got a couple laps, but it's going to be soon.
Then while we wait for them to make pit stops, how about a NASCAR Daytona 500 Fox? Crank them up.
On you. Back to the 4, on you. Outside, I got a slow car up top, about 10 rows up. You'll be bottom of 3 for 1 row. Three wide bottom briefly. 2.5 in front, just 2 wide now. 2 in front. Clear up, still inside. When we do pit, we're going on the jack. Plenty good on fuel. Get down, you're clear. Working lap 104. Quarter front, and your help's 42.4. Maintaining half. Slower that lap without him shoving you. 2 tenths slower, half back, he's clear by half. About the back. All tight there. Half back 34. Pushing up front now. We're going to be the second group. Copy. You'll get about half today.
You heard at the tail end of that. We're going to be the second group. They're talking about it. I don't think we'll be long.
Brad Keselowski.
Remember, Clint, the Fords hit the pit road the first time, and then it was the Chevys, and it was the Toyotas.
Keselowski, Xfinity champ in 2010, Cup champion in 2012, acquired an equity stake from Jack Roush and Fenway Sports Group in this team last year, started a rebuild. He continues. Big crowd of cars coming to pit road this time, almost half the field.
This time it's the other ones. It's the Chevy boys.
18 cars come to pit road. Josh.
And the 5 of Kyle Larson is saying his car a little tight, but not too bad.
Fuel only for most of these teams. Jamie?
And Todd Gordon with the call for Jimmy Johnson in the 84. He's been pretty happy with the car. Just a little free early on, but a good stop for all 7 time.
So, second round of green flag pit stops. 18 cars, most of them Chevys, in that time. And they get away before the leaders can get close enough to sniff a draft off those cars. And Kyle Busch is too fast exiting his pit. He'll have to do a pass-through penalty under green.
The only saving grace to that is the fact that you got 22 laps to the end of the stage, and hopefully he can hang on if he can get out and get tucked back in this group and try to get the lucky dog.
I saw a hand out the window. Costly penalty for Kyle Busch. Maybe we'll see somebody have trouble. Might get a caution. You heard Denny Hamlin talk about luck. Here come the Fords.
A much smaller group, though. Only 6 cars coming to pit road. Led by Keselowski and Preece. Regan.
Eric Almirola been very fast all day long. That race car just a little bit too tight off of turn 4 for him right now. Josh.
Brad Keselowski has led the most laps with 35 on the day. Said he's happy with his car. Got fuel and tires, Jamie.
And Ryan Preece in the 41, fuel only, tight bond with that pit crew already, works out with them all the time, and they are nailing it so far, as you see Michael McDowell for his stop as well.
Preece gets out first because he took fuel and Keselowski chose to take 2 tires. Kyle Busch making his penalty drive down pit road now as the Toyotas come to pit lane. Regan?
Kevin Harvick said this may be the best, or excuse me, Rodney Childers said this may be the best car him and Kevin Harvick have had here in Daytona. Kevin, I think, agrees right now. He is still silent on the radio, gas only. Jamie.
A lot of quiet drivers on the radio. Martin Truex Jr., one of those, led 13 laps earlier. Really happy with his car this week, but they thought it would take a hit when it came to racing here this year with the change to the nose, but they've been running really well with the 19. Truex happy with it.
So that was all the Toyotas plus Kevin Harvick pitting that time.
Turn 4. Brakes and paint are set. Here we come. Fuel only. Don't slide your tires. Ready and now.
Regan?
Mike Joey Logano with the 22 car. Really been struggling to handle and just a little bit on that race car and can't get to the car's bumpers in front of him like he would like. So some adjustments there, fuel only for him. Jamie.
And his teammate Ryan Blaney right there in the 12, a 2-time runner-up in the Daytona 500. Pretty happy with the car. It was a little tight early on, and they fixed that with an air pressure adjustment. No tires. You see the tear off on the windshield for clear vision. Enough fuel to make it to the end of the stage.
Yeah, this entire group, fuel only.
See the 4-car there? I like that move by Rodney Childers. He pitted Kevin Harvick with them Toyotas, and I think because he saw the efficiency of that smaller group pitting in that first stage, they outperformed those guys. I think Rodney Childers saw that and made that move.
So Joey Logano will hang on to the lead from Chris Buescher, Ryan Blaney, and Austin Cindric with 111 laps complete. The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by the Credit One Bank NASCAR American Express card and by Geico. Switch today and see all the ways you could save. 115 laps complete. Joey Logano leading Ryan Blaney and Martin Truex and Chris Buescher. But as the field sorted out after pit stops and everybody got in line, things got a little dicey right here.
We're watching this pack. They're catching the guys that have already come off of pit road and haven't got up to speed yet. And all those cars from behind, big toe. Chris Buescher just trying to not get run over in that scenario.
How about Blaney? You know that spotter. He had an earful of his spotter telling him, block that 45, Reddick, he's coming. And then all of a sudden he shoots down. All right, Truex, block, down, down, down. Big block on Truex. Truex didn't like it. Gave him a shot in the bumper.
Chris Buescher, the Texan, back to the front. Best finish in the 500 third. He was the Xfinity champ in 2015. And we've already had more lead changes today than in all of 4 of the last 500s. Brad Keselowski was the leader at the end of stage 1. Now he's still in the mix, but he's back to 22nd.
Chris Buescher in that 17 car. Denny Hamlin told Tony and I in the pre-race, keep an eye out on Chris Buescher. He's got a fast car. RFK has a fast car. It's literally like deja vu. We left the Clash. They struggled. Come here to Daytona, and they were bad fast, exactly like they were a year ago.
Kyle Busch on the bottom, 13 miles an hour slower than the cars in the draft. He's going to try to find a way to get in after serving his penalty for speeding after his pit stop.
There's your help.
83
Still on
laps
you.
to go in the Daytona 500 as we take you Fox side by side. Garage, as you saw in our side-by-side coverage, this Daytona 500 has been a tough one for the 12 of Ryan Blaney and for the 45 of Tyler Reddick.
But where we need to watch is this 45 car and the 4 car on the outside. A little bit of gap here. Kevin closes in, contact with the 45. That's what also catches the 12.
And then it's on.
Yeah, it didn't take much. It looked like Tyler was having trouble holding on to it, and as soon as that 4 got back to his bumper in the corner, it just unfortunately turned him right into the 12.
Let's listen to Harvick here.
I just got him in the wrong spot of the corner there. I don't know if I actually even touched him, but just came out from underneath him.
Man, did you see how close Chastain was to that?
Eric Jones, Chase Elliott, Daniel Suarez are all collateral damage.
Suarez hit the outside pretty hard. 9.
Eric Jones, the Guns N' Roses cam shows you what happened to him.
So much my favorite paint scheme. Welcome to the jungle. Got him.
We're under caution in Daytona, where aerial coverage is provided by Goodyear, powering every lap, every mile, and every victory on the road ahead. Goodyear, more driven. Tyler Reddick's Toyota got a bump from Kevin Harvick. Ryan Blaney involved, Chase Elliott, Daniel Suarez, Eric Jones, all with damage. Martin Truex, Kyle Larson also got a little bit of that. There is a Jones car in the garage under repair. Blaney's car is on pit road where they're working on the right front, trying to keep him into the race. Jamie?
Well, yeah, and they continue to work on Blaney's car. There's extensive damage on the right front, but Jonathan Hassler, his crew chief, just said, we've got a plan. We've got time here. Let's just bring it in as many times as we need to fix it up. You see that hood is all buckled too. And the 9 of Chase Elliott, Mike, just a little update. They said that left rear A-arm was absolutely destroyed, and that ended their day.
Tough break for NASCAR's most popular driver. Elliott and Blaney were the favorites at the sports books to win the Daytona 500. And the Corvette Z06 pace car has some laps here at the World Center of Racing. Pit road is open. Regan.
Fun discussion on Kevin Harvick's radio. Do we want to stay out and get stage points or pit now, which would help us win this race in terms of track position at the end of the stage? They obviously decide to pit. Eric Almirola, that car just a little bit tight off of turn 4 right now. Josh.
Well, 5 of Kyle Larson is getting 4 tires. They're going to look over the car to see if they got any damage in that last wreck. If it's fine, they're going to send him out. Jamie?
Chris Buescher in the 17, he said this car is pretty stable. We're going to have some good opportunities here, so certainly keep your eye on him.
Eight laps to go in stage 2. So it looks as if the casualties from this incident will be Chase Elliott, Tyler Reddick, and Eric Jones. Austin Cindric is the first off pit road ahead of Denny Hamlin and Ty Gibbs. Here's what put us under caution. Kevin Harvick with a bump to Tyler Reddick. The Daytona 500 on Fox is sponsored by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? 8 laps to go in stage 2. We're about to get the restart. Eric Jones. And watch Tyler Reddick versus the wall. There.
That's how fast. Everybody always asks you, what does it feel like? It's the fastest, most violent impact ever. It's never a really slow, and it's just whack. And you saw how quick it really was.
Ready for the restart. Logano's Ford, Truex's Toyota on the front row. Chastain and Bowman in Chevys. Stenhouse and Allmendinger in Chevys. Bell's Toyota and Cindric's Ford. Then Hamlin and Byron, the top 10, as we race to the end of stage 2.
Clear 2 ahead of both lanes, off you by half. Off you by half. Top lane's going to be coming with a push mid-straight. Truex is still clear. Truex is still clear. Bottom's going to come.
Let's check in at the Advent Health Care Center. Michael Waltrip.
Thanks, Mike. Tyler Reddick, first of all, are you okay?
Yeah, actually, it wasn't too bad at all. Yeah, just hated for the Monster Energy Toyota Camry TRD. I really felt like, you know, we could push really well and we could actually make progress through the pack. But yeah, I've just been not really in the lead much at all today. And that was really the first time I was getting any pushes in the lead. And the car seemed a little unstable down the back straightaway. And then obviously into 3, Kevin was trying to push me, and yeah, I just lost it. So if I would have known that earlier in the day, I probably would have been more careful about that. But that was really the first experience I had with that all day long, and it went bad.
Yeah, Kevin said he thought he might have hit you wrong, but you didn't feel much of a hit, huh?
I don't know. Like I said, down the back when he got on my back bumper, it just didn't really seem like when I had clean air there that my car was really stable. You know, I thought, okay, it moves around a little bit down the back. I've had this happen before. But yeah, I was kind of caught off guard by what happened in the corner there, unfortunately. Just, you know, that was the first time that we've been put in that situation and got loose and unfortunately took out some other good cars.
Looking forward to Will and Michael and Denny's car all year long. Back to you, Mike.
Thanks, Michael. So that puts Eric Jones, Chase Elliott, and Tyler Reddick out of the race, joining Ty Dillon in the garage area. 4 to go in stage 2. 29 cars on the lead lap to settle it. Bubba Wallace got back on the lead lap on that caution. He got the free pass.
4 to go here. This is going to get really interesting. You don't have a pile of Fords stacked up. You have a mixed bag of everybody. Fords, Toyota, Chevys on the top. It's going to be interesting. 4 to go. Who makes the move and who goes with them, more importantly.
And look on the inside of that white and green number 16. Remember when A.J. Allmendinger raced his way to the lucky dog at the end of stage 1 to get back on the lead lap? Here he is in the top 5.
It was an aggressive move to do it. It's paid off so far. I don't know that I would have been brave enough to do that. I figured I would have got wadded up, but he's made the most of it for sure.
See Ricky Stenhouse Jr. coming into the screen there. Can't count him out on one of these tracks. Very aggressive. Always there when the time's right.
He's won here in the summer race. Ross Chastain.
Makes a block on the bottom. Got out of that outside line. Gave up the bumper of that Chevrolet. Alex Bowman. That's what I was talking about with 3 to go. I think it's any man's game. Nobody's really paired up. Going to see. That spot will be telling him which line to go with. Who has that energy that we were talking about.
2 laps to go in stage 2 right now.
Even like behind you. Top of the momentum. Go. 2 more.
Chastain spotter Brandon McReynolds calling the plays here.
Moved up, slowed that outside line up, right down to the bottom. I think he wants to ride on that bottom. Here comes another run. Gonna have a decision to make. I like that, Tony. I think I stay on the bumper, stay with that 22. He's able to push hard and aggressive.
Well, here they come off turn 4 to the line. 1 to go, stage 2, and they're even. Chastain and Bowman.
I think it was a coin toss for Ross in all reality. I mean, it's hard to sit there and just keep blocking both lanes, and they were so even. It wasn't like either lane was really getting a huge advantage over the other. And eventually, they're both coming at the same time. You just got to pick one.
First time the Florida melon farmer has led the Daytona 500.
Door to door like this, you're going to have to make a move. Is he going to try to go up the middle, maybe on the outside?
Even top and bottom right there.
Truex in the 19 threw one shot in the backstretch. He hit Logano, who hit Chastain, and that's the difference. To the flag to end stage 2, 3 wide, the 6th row back, and it's Chastain by less than a foot.
Well, let me tell you, I told old Pitbull I'd go for it if he is there. He's there. Ross off the wall, off the chain, Chastain. How about that? Don't you remember that part?
I do remember it. You just say it so much better than I do.
That's right.
Well, I didn't say it better than him, though.
No.
Whoa, by inches.
That was close.
Ross Chastain is your stage 2 winner. Welcome back to Daytona. 131 laps complete. We're at the end of stage number 2. Ross Chastain leading his first ever laps in the 500 ahead of pole sitter Alex Bowman. July Daytona race winner a few years back, Ricky Stenhouse. Cup champion Joey Logano and last year's Daytona 500 winner Austin Cindric. Well, let's have a look at today's Credit One Bank ones to watch. Clint?
Well, man, the stars are all out for the Daytona 500, and the stars are aligning for my man, Martin Truex Jr., number 19 on the 19th in his 19th start at this race. Martin Truex Jr. is my guy.
Where we're going with numbers, Zane Smith won the truck race last year. He won the truck race Friday night. Austin Hill won the Xfinity Series race last year. He won the Xfinity Series race yesterday. Austin Cindric, you see where I'm going? It's going to all line up.
Hey guys, I feel like the Ford of Joey Logano has shown strength all day. He's been up front. He's been comfortable, hasn't had any issues. I feel like Joey Logano is the one to watch.
Tony Kevin Harvick has been very good all day long. He's got 4 tires already, going to gain some track position back right here. He and crew chief Rodney Childers only have 1 box left to check. That's a Daytona 500. I feel good about what he's going to do in a little bit.
Regan, I'm looking at the outliers, the drivers that are going to sneak up and surprise you. William Byron is driving a car whose number has won the Daytona 500 3 times. Hasn't led yet, hasn't run in the front yet, but wait till the end. And that's your Credit One Bank. Ones to watch. .68 laps to go. End of the second stage. Pit road will be open this time. Let's check with Regan.
Mike Joey Logano continuing to try and get that car to handle just a little bit better. Being up front has helped it some. Right now he's tight behind other cars, and when other cars are right behind him, he gets too free. Ross Chastain, that race car just a little bit too tight. Not bad, just a small adjustment for him. Josh.
Christopher Bell in the 20 has been riding around relatively patient so far. Not a fan of super speedways, but he's found himself back inside the top 10 as he gets fuel and tires. Jamie.
Alex Bowman in the 48 struggled getting into his box straight, but he nailed it that time. They've made a chassis adjustment and air pressure adjustment on the last couple of stops. Didn't make much of adjustment, so no changes there. Got enough fuel and tires.
Had a very close race off pit road, sponsored by Ram. Eric Almirola picked up 12 positions, beating Chris Buescher to the line. William Byron +4, Kyle Larson +8. We're getting set for the final and longest stage. Ready for the finish of the Daytona 500. Things have been kind of frantic so far.
Time for a race break from Daytona International Speedway, and we are trackside with Daytona 500 winner Jamie McMurray. I'm Chris Myers looking on, and boy, Brad Keselowski, hoping for that first ever Daytona 500, has led the most laps. Ryan Preece has turned the fastest lap so far at 196 miles per hour. First two stages, Jamie, what caught your attention?
Well, Kyle Busch speeding on pit road. We talked about this is a race that Kyle Busch hasn't been able to win yet. He made a mistake, but he's back on the lead lap now. Can he get back to the front?
All right, we look ahead. Stage 3, what are you looking for? More aggressiveness? It seems like some cautious, careful, other than the wreck that we hit at almost 300 miles in.
Yeah, Chris, they're going to have to get more aggressive to get those lanes to move. I think that the pit sequence of when the manufacturers pit played a huge role in how that cycled out. But as we get to the end of this, we haven't seen three-wide racing today. In order to make progress on the track, the guys are going to get more aggressive. I think we're going to see more wrecks, but who can take that push? We saw Tyler Reddick. His car didn't want to accept that.
And where do you want to be as it gets late? Outside? Do you know yet?
I don't think that we know exactly where we're going to be. Ross Chastain chose to be on the bottom. He thought that was going to be the better lane. It looked like Alex Bowman was going to beat him to the start-finish line, but it was mere inches that made that. So it's going to be all about who's behind you, I think, more importantly, as to what lane you're in.
We've already had 36 lead changes in this Daytona 500. Mike Joy, that's more than we had through the entire race all of last year.
Thanks, Chris. Yes, it's been a very competitive day here in Daytona. Now, competitive, Saturday Primetime Hoops is back with a massive game on Fox. 14th ranked Indiana collide with the 3rd ranked Boilermakers as Purdue looks to avenge an early season loss to the Hoosiers. That big showdown begins Saturday, 7:30 Eastern on Fox. "65 laps to go." There's Kevin Harvick riding in 7th. In honor of his final season, Busch Light's giving away $50,000 toward a lucky fan's retirement and other huge prizes. Follow @BuschBeer on Twitter. Tweet #Busch401K and #sweepstakes during every lap that ends in 4 for your chance to win. 32 cars on the lead lap right now. Kyle Busch got the free pass at the end of stage 2. So there is Bubba Wallace, who did not pit. He stayed out. He is the leader as we come to the choose, where each driver gets to select which lane he wishes to restart in. You'll see a big orange V right there, and Bubba takes the outside.
This is where that choose cone really gets interesting back here. They're listening to them spotters. They're seeing how many cars in which line. Forget about which Chevrolets or which Fords or which Toyotas are in which. At this point, it's which cars are in which line and how many.
A couple of drivers have come in to top off the tank to begin the green flag racing of stage 3. Now, we did have penalties. Ross Chastain was too fast entering pit road on the electronic timing system. Christopher Bell ran over equipment, and Noah Gragson had an uncontrolled tire during that round of pit stops, so they will all be restarting out back. Now, Larry tells us Bubba Wallace changed 4 tires on the caution before, so those tires only had 6 or 7 green flag laps on them. Why stop?
It's not going to matter. It's not like any of the other tracks where tire wear is a big issue. It's a great move to getting track position, and I can promise you, this is the point in the race where we're going to start seeing business picking up.
Josh?
Yep, and exactly what you guys said. That was a strategy play to stay out since they wanted to get that track position back. Remember, I mentioned before they had that rear toe link issue. They're going to keep riding around with it. It hasn't turned out to be a bigger problem. So the 23 riding good right now.
And don't count out the Mellon man, even though he's got to start out back. His last win came at Talladega after a speeding penalty. Here is the Geico restart zone. The control car, which is Bubba Wallace, gets to choose where he hits the gas, and the starter will then wave the green flag. 25% longer at each end than it was last year. And we're back to green for stage 3.
Come back bottom if you want to stall. Come back to the top. So 2 back to the top. 1 back and have a shove up top. 1 back. Coming. With you now.
You hear Bubba Spot of Freddie Kraft telling him, coming on the outside, how far they're coming back. And you can tell by his voice whether he wants you to pull up and move that line, you know, and block that line or stay where he was. Obviously, he chose to move up and be on that outside. We'll see if it works out for them.
Eric Almirola, one of 16 different leaders in this Daytona 500. 38 lead changes now. Ford has been out front for 69 laps. Chevrolet for 24. Toyota for 45. All right, thanks to Wendy's. We're going to take a ride with Noah Gregson in his number 42 Wendy's Chevrolet.
With the air wrecking. 2 inside. Everybody's clear. Nobody wrecked. 2 inside. Caution is out. Debris in 2.
And that'll call it. Second caution for cause of this Daytona 500. And it comes at lap 140. There is the debris.
Fairly substantial chunk of it.
This might do it for Ryan Blaney.
Had a lot of damage on that car. Apparently something rubbed on that tire, cut it, and it came off the rim and onto the racetrack. Blaney, of course, was involved in that big accident at lap 119, but was able to make repairs and continue. 61 laps to go. We'll take you Fox side by side. .60 laps to go in Daytona next Sunday. The NASCAR Cup Series roars into Southern California for the final race on the 2-mile oval in Fontana before that track gets reconfigured. Will Kyle Larson repeat? Will we have a new West Coast King? You'll find out when the pre-race begins, 2:30 Eastern, green flag at 3:30 here on Fox and the Fox Sports app. Tony Stewart will join us in Fontana and come back for Atlanta after Danica Patrick joins Clint and me in the booth for Las Vegas and Phoenix.
I'll take 2 weeks off and go do a little racing myself over in Gainesville, run the Baby Gator Nationals, and then come back for the national event, the Gator Nationals. That'll also be on Fox.
You got more day jobs than anybody I know. And I know you love them all.
But none of them have a time card. None of them have a time card. That's what I love about Tony Stewart. He works his tail off. He's never really clocked into anything.
So we want to show you something here that Fox has been working on with the folks at Driver's Eye. And I don't even know how close I have to get before you can see it. But that is the entire camera and transmission system. The lens on that is less than 1/8 of an inch in diameter. That's our Driver's Eye. And it sits in the padding just to the side of the temple of the driver, between him and the shell, the outer part of the helmet. And that's it. That's all there is to it. There's a tiny cable to tether it and transmit the signal. That's it.
It actually sits on the padding.
On
and that's
the padding,
the coolest thing
yes.
about it is it doesn't, affect the helmet whatsoever. It's out on the outside of it, so all the safety features aren't compromised. Pretty cool feature for all of our guys out there and you guys at home.
It's awesome technology.
That could be the coolest thing ever.
Yeah.
Since we've started broadcasting NASCAR on Fox. Sure. And high marks and thanks to Andy Jeffers of Fox Sports, who coordinates our in-cars, and Peter Larson, who brought tiltable, panable onboard cameras to NASCAR, and his group at BSI. They worked closely with the teams to give you these wonderful views from the Driver's Eye. Let's go to pit road and Jamie.
Pretty incredible technology indeed there, Mike. Well, Alex Bowman in the 48, he had come in and topped off after that last round of pit stops. And on the restart, they started stacking up, and he got into the 42, dropped down on the apron, and see it right there. He had that issue, brought it onto pit road. You see the left front damage. Good news is it's just cosmetic. Everything underneath looks good for the 48.
Thanks, Jamie. 33 cars on the lead lap, including Riley Herbst, who got the free pass on this caution flag for debris in turn number 2. Cliff Daniels, Kyle Larson's crew chief, we listened in on them.
If we get yellows from here, it's possible we could try to stretch it all the way to the end, so just saving heart. Yeah, anyone who did not pit obviously would not be able to make it under any circumstance. Depending on how yellows go, there's a chance that us and the cars that just pitted with us could.
Hey, hey, hey.
Business is picking up, Larry.
How can you save that fuel for him? You got to stay in that pack, and we will go back to that fuel savings mode. When you're back in the pack, the reason Cliff Daniels tells him that, puts that in the back of his mind, if you can save me any fuel, which you can back there, I'm telling you, you're down to half throttle at times to stay off the car in front of you, saving a lot of fuel.
The hard part is you almost are having to commit to that strategy. This is the point of the race where you either got to be making your plans to move your way forward, or if this is a scenario where Cliff and Kyle make that decision to go for fuel mileage, then you have to be committed to staying in the back of the pack where you can run that part throttle and not keep pumping the gas.
And this is something where our sport has evolved so much. Because of the data, the live SMT data, these teams can see what that driver's doing inside that cockpit live. So they know exactly what he's doing to that throttle pedal and exactly how much fuel he is saving them.
Austin Cindric in 6th for this restart. We remind you that Kyle Larson was leading this race in 2017 and ran out of gas on the final lap.
Well, he's going to save just a little bit more. 2.5 miles more, he better. He can do it.
Fords up front, Almirola and Buescher. Look at this sellout crowd. Not an infield standing room only ticket to be had today. A complete sellout for this Daytona 500. We are back to green. Bubba Wallace chose the outside and moved up a couple of rows in the process, so he's alongside Almirola now for this restart.
You're clear. He's not. He's clear. Harvick's not. 23 stalled him out. 11's coming to help Harvick. You and the 17 still clear. Carling's back to 17. Harvick's a half back of him. Half to the 17. Harvick's not clear high. 17's on you.
Now remember, Wallace has less fuel on board than the cars he's racing against. He did not come to pit road recently.
And he looks like he's slowing that 2 car down. I don't think they're going to take long. He's got a lot of Fords behind him. I'm talking about Austin Cindric. Whoa! Hold on to it, Austin. I look for him to maybe make a move on Bubba and try to get going here. There it is. There it is.
Whole middle here, clear down, one back, inside.
I didn't think it was going to take long, and it didn't. Man, what a half a lap there by Austin Cindric. He was completely sideways. Here comes Keselowski. This is exactly how it happens.
I was surprised they had Bubba stuck in the middle there. Christopher Bell lifted, let him get back in line. Wow. Yeah, Preece is just stacked up behind the 2 car there, and then as soon as we get to that spot we were talking about on the entry and the exit of the corner, got tight, and then it grabbed the right front, sheared him loose.
Well, I agree. Christopher Bell was a good soldier there to let his Toyota stablemate Bubba Wallace have a spot in the inside line. Thanks to Toyota, we're going to stay right here instead of going to a Toyota commercial. We're going to have commercial-free racing from Daytona as we go Toyota all out.
$184.54.23 out the back. Half in front of Kevin. Half in front. Still half. 2 by 2. Will beat. 17 got jacked up a little bit, nothing from the 10. Here comes the 11. 11's going to push. Here to the 10. Top's pushing as well. 2 by 2. Nothing from the 10. Half in front, 3/4 in front. One in front, 1 out the back. Leaving, half to Harvick. Still half out the back, 2 in front of Kevin. 1/4 in front. 17's going to stay top with his teammates at 6. Half in front, 2 by 2. 2 by 2.
With 20 years in NASCAR competition, the Toyota racing family continues to grow their racing legacy. Here's a closer look.
Celebrating their 20th season in NASCAR competition, Toyota has earned 585 wins across NASCAR's top 3 series. From the introduction of the Tundra to the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series in 2004 to 3 championships in the Cup Series, Toyota looks to add to their growing racing pedigree in 2023. Let's go places.
51 laps to go. Chris Buescher, Brad Keselowski, RFK Racing on point in the low groove.
And there are a lot of Fords stacked up on both the inside and outside lanes right now.
The first Toyota is Hamlin in 7th. The first Chevrolet, the 7 of Corey LaJoie, in 10th. Otherwise, it's a blue oval brigade. Boy, Priest giving the 2 of Cindric all he can handle, trying to send him forward and challenge that low line.
That car is very, very light on its feet with the back. I'm telling you, hold on to it, Austin. Wagging its tail all over the place, Tony.
See the 4, Kevin Harvick, move up in front of Austin Cindric as well. The 10 in front of the 4. The rest of the Ford's straight up.
Look at this. Spit Kevin out. Austin turned right underneath of him.
34 going to come inside. You'll be too wide with him. Just keep him tight.
I didn't see that happen, and I don't think Kevin Harvick did either. I think he thought Cindric was going to go with him. Did not.
Well, Tony, what have you long said? If you can move the guys you think will be hardest to beat, that's who you're going after.
Yeah, and it's, you know, I know the manufacturers work really hard in pre-race meetings talking about taking care of each other, racing at the end, but you got to do what you have to do. I mean, you have to do and put yourself in scenarios that you think are ultimately, at the end of the day, going to benefit you, your race team, and your organization.
All right, since we had a caution bust out when we were riding along with Noah Gragson, we're going to take another ride with him and his number 42 Wendy's Chevrolet.
That was me. I was saying 50 to go. Man, outside. Interference, you got to text me some if you're saying something to me. Hey, 1 off in the back. Half off in the back. Still out there.
Gragson was 5th here last summer. That voice was Earl Barbin, longtime spotter for Jimmy Johnson, as Jimmy was at Team Hendrick, winning championships here in NASCAR. Well, that outside lane, they have fought their way up almost right to the front of the pack. They're there.
A little bit of a gap you can see there between Denny Hamlin and Corey LaJoie, and that gives that outside line a little bit of time to get some energy and just go blowing by on the outside.
That RFK duo of Buescher and Keselowski working together. You're not going to see that 6 car get off his bumper until it's time. It's going to be hard to handle, but they're going to have to try to do these blocks together. Choose which line they're going to move up in front of or down in front of. Harder to do with 2 cars. Just did it right there in front of the 11, stacked them up. Then he got turned by LaJoie. It's like I said, that's hard to do when you got 2 cars working.
Remember Kevin Harvick there on the outside, 3 wide. He was right up there with that front pack. Now he is back at 19th, and it's his final season, so Busch Light's giving away 50 grand to a lucky fan's retirement, along with other huge prizes. Follow @BuschBeer on Twitter. Tweet #Busch401k and #sweepstakes during every lap like this one, every lap that ends in a 4, for your chance to win.
It's going to roll again.
These guys are getting impatient, especially a guy like Stenhouse. You see right there in front of Kevin. It's easy to do, but you got to realize we still have a pit stop. There's still things that are going to shake this race up. Don't get greedy here. Be patient.
Larry Mack.
Yeah, Mike, Kyle Larson in that 5 is back there in the 15th position. Remember, Cliff Daniels told him when they topped off there with 60 to go at lap 140 that if they save fuel, they can make it. Well, we've run 12 laps since the restart, and I'm hard-pressed to find any time of any lap he's more than 60% throttle, so definitely saving fuel on that 5.
Still 45 laps to go. Dare we try going Fox side by side one more time? We dare. 45 to go. 41 laps to go. Aerial coverage provided by Goodyear, powering every mile and every moment on NASCAR's road to victory. Goodyear, more driven. Chris Buescher out front with an assist from his teammate Brad Keselowski with 41 laps to go. They are among the 16 leaders of this race. We've had 45 lead changes, and in the 64-year history of this race, only 6 times have there been more lead changes than we've had already today.
See that I call it links in the chain, guys. The outside, it's like a chain out there, and the links in the chain are tight. The inside, they're crammed up, and then they get slack in the chain. All of that, accordion effect slows the overall performance of each line down. That outside line has their line put together better. That's why they're in front.
Well, look who's sitting in 6th place. Harrison Burton for the Wood brothers, who have won this race 5 times with their fabled number 21. Jamie?
Yes, and the 22-year-old driver Harrison Burton, I talked to him about his first Daytona 500 last year, flipped over upside down. He said he's so much better prepared for today's race. He said it's all about situational awareness, knowing where to put my car at every given moment. Even when you're single file or under caution, you're thinking about those scenarios, and it's paying off right now. He's been running top 10, doing a nice job in 6th right now, Regan.
Jamie, Eric Almirola won his dual race the other night, and you would think just keep the car exactly like that. But crew chief Drew Blickensderfer told me they made significant changes to the balance of that car. They wanted more security for the race today. They felt like when it got down to the end, they needed just a little bit of that. Keep an eye on him as this race plays out, because of those changes may give him the ability to make a little bit more aggressive move when he needs to. And speaking of aggressive, crew chief Drew Blickensderfer also said that this is the most aggressive he has ever seen Eric Almirola as a driver. A ton of confidence in that 10 car.
He has come within a mile of winning the Daytona 500. Got turned by Austin Dillon on the last lap. Daniel Suarez in purple on the left. Or maybe in purple in the seat after this.
Well, he just doesn't have the pace to hold up Denny Hamlin like that, and Denny knows he has got to get around. They can't just keep letting that inside line fall further back.
Yeah, you heard me talk about that chain as I describe it, but Suarez is a big part of that problem too. It just didn't seem like that car has the speed that they needed. I think Denny thought they were holding him up, and he took care of that.
Denny Hamlin always has a fast Toyota here. Only 4 drivers have led more laps in Daytona 500s than Denny Hamlin, and they are all in the Hall of Fame, all 4 of them. Petty, Earnhardt, Baker, Yarborough. Last time Roush Racing, or Roush Fenway, and now Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing led the Daytona 500 was 9 years ago. But if this pair stays together at the front, Buescher and Keselowski, they could be hard to handle.
They are, and like Clint was saying, look at the outside line and the link there. There's getting some gaps in there, and that's kind of around the area that Kyle Larson's in. Maybe running that part throttle is kind of breaking that outside line up. I don't think they're trying to do it intentionally, but he's trying to not sit there and have to. Anytime you accelerate with the throttle pedal, it's asking for more fuel than when you're just wide open.
Well, the other problem that they have on that inside line is when you got 7 Fords in a row in line, they're not going to give up on one another.
No.
Josh Kyle Busch got a free pass to get back on the lead lap, finds himself right now in 17th. What's going on with the 8?
Well, it's all about keeping an eye on the fuel for the 8 car of Kyle Busch. The last time in, they topped off the fuel, hoping that the next and hopefully final stop for them, they can have a shorter one, go through 1 can of fuel, they get back out and get better track position for the final run, guys.
36 laps to go. And 1 pit stop between here and the checkered flag.
Tight, passing them lappers as they come off the 4. Tires are starting to wear out.
And before pit stops, we're going to take you Fox side by side one more time. Chris Buescher leading the Daytona 500. 32 laps to go in the Daytona 500. That Ford-led group out front leading the field. And here are the winners of the Daytona Speed Weeks races last year and this. And note that all three of those champions trying for the Daytona 500 this year.
First time ever, right?
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
That all three series champs are in the race.
Yeah.
Ty Gibbs in Xfinity, Zane Smith in the trucks, of course Joey Logano in the Cup Series. Chris Buescher is the leader. There are 3.5 times as many people here today as live in his hometown of Prosper, Texas, as they cheer him on. And his teammate, Brad Keselowski, who came to RFK Racing from Team Penske, and trying to rebuild what originally was Roush Racing.
10 to Eric Amarola with the Smithfield Ford. Austin Cindric, both been up front all day. Eric's been extremely happy with his car. See what happens here.
Ryan Preece right behind them, holding a pretty wheel. He's had that track position, done a good job so far. Got to get to the end of this thing. We all know it. Harrison Burton behind him in tow. These guys are looking good right now.
Micah McDowell may be just where he wants to be, in 7th place. Nobody kind of noticing his front row motorsports Ford kind of when he worked his way to the front in the closing laps of the Daytona 500 that he won 2 years ago.
And you've got the 11 of Denny Hamlin and the 99 of Daniel Suarez. We saw Hamlin go by Suarez on the inside line, get shuffled out, and Denny was able to work his way back up and get back in front of Suarez to get back on that outside line.
But now Suarez pulls Kyle Larson along the bottom. And Austin Dillon, we haven't seen much of the three today. He's a past Daytona 500 champion.
Bubba Wallace had to take a pit. He had to pit or it's going to be out of gas. We knew that was going to be the start of it.
Josh.
Bubba Wallace into his pit. Remember, he came in a little bit earlier before, and now he's going to top off and get tires on that right side.
Yeah, his last stop was 11 laps before anybody else because he chose to stop early and get track position, put him back up front.
It's going to get interesting, guys. This is going to split the field really right in half. All these guys front runners, the reason they're moving to the bottom, they're looking to pit, and that window's coming quick. Won't be long.
So 9 drivers will likely pit together because they have 38 laps on this load of fuel. And that will leave about 7 drivers who can go another 6, 7, 8 laps further.
Yeah, it'll probably be, maybe tops another 10 after that. It'll depend on how they come out, what kind of lap times are running, and we'll bring those guys in. But nonetheless, all your front runners here, the 17, 6, 4, 10, 11, all of them were the ones that pitted the last time on lap 133.
And this will be the money stop. Hit your marks. Make no mistakes. Watch your speed. Don't do anything fancy. Just do everything right.
I told Clint, I said, don't be surprised if this is where the last caution of the race could happen. Guys, knowing that they have to hit their marks and knowing that they got to get everything they can, but it always forces somebody to do a mistake.
Kyle Busch fights his way back up into the top 10.
We see that line that was dominant on the outsides now move to the bottom. Like you say, getting closer to the pit stops, you can't just stay on the outside. You're going to have to get yourself down to where you can be in position to get to pit road.
I definitely think that was the play. They, jockeyed for position, got down to the bottom, the inside, where they can come as a group. But man, it takes me back to the start of this race. What'd we learn? When all those cars came together, they weren't very efficient. This might be an opportunity for some of these other cars.
Chris Buescher and Brad Keselowski, they need to pit together. They need to come off pit road together and just do it faster than anybody else to maintain that twosome at the lead, and they're going to be tough to deal with. That, however, is a tall order. When you have half a dozen to a dozen cars on pit road at once.
Spot on, Mike, but that all goes out the window when you pit. If you pit with too big a group or you don't come out with the right amount of help when the time's right, I don't care how fast 2 cars are, that won't be enough.
What's the magic number of cars in a draft for maximum speed?
I don't know. Clint and I were talking about it. I think Clint actually I mean, I think you should explain it. I think you're spot on your assessment.
I think 5 to 8 cars is more efficient performance-wise, speed-wise, than 28 cars, believe it or not. When they try to move them around, especially coming on the pit road, I mean, we learned it. We saw it with the Toyotas. That's why you saw Rodney Childress and a few others make those adjustments. When those guys come in with only 4 or 5 cars in front of them, they didn't have to move around and stall and everything else coming out of their pit wall. They did their pit stops a lot more efficiently.
It's just like a freight train. The longer the freight train, the more you hear the couplers clanging
Here they come.
as they go back and forth.
There's those hands. 175 taking 172. This is a little bit earlier than I expected them to come.
This time.
All right, let's see if the 17 and 6 teams are up on their game. Here they come. Regan.
Mike, the call came to Eric Almirola when he was coming off turn 2 to pit this time. The directive from crew chief Drew Blickensderfer was to get all the way to the left, expect gas only. Josh.
Brad Keselowski now into his pit. You see him getting topped off, hoping this is the time he finally can get that Daytona 500. Jamie.
And his teammate Chris Buescher led 32 laps in this race already. They don't need anything. This car is good. It's fuel only for the 17.
9 cars came to pit road. At least 5 of them will leave in a draft together.
I don't know if that was by design or not, but the 22 and the 14, they were stuck on the outside. They couldn't come with their Fords.
Nope, Logano is still stuck way out there. And here come the Toyotas. Hamlin and Truex. Regan.
Denny Hamlin in the 11 car, Mike. Basically, the directive has been to him to just keep the cars behind him attached a little bit better. His race car's good, but he's struggling to get the pushes he needs. Jamie.
One of the best pit crews on pit road last year was the 18. Well, that's now gone to the 19. They're pitting the car. Not much to do there. Fuel only for Martin Truex Jr.
The problem is it's only a pair of cars coming off pit road, and they're going to have to work their way together.
Look at the separation in Truex and everybody that just came out. A lot of separation. That's not going to be very efficient.
They are sitting ducks right now. We're watching this foursome come down into turn 1 now. They've got all the momentum, and the gap between those 4 cars that just left pit road is enormous.
Here come 5 more, led by McDowell, along with Harvick, Gibbs, Briscoe, and Bell. Nobody taking on tires. A timed stop for fuel. And then the go sign. Jamie.
Michael McDowell in the Love's car, the number 34, won this race in 2021. He told his team on the radio, guys, we've got to nail this. No mistakes. It's fuel only. Make sure this goes well, and it does.
Now those 5 cars come off pit road together. They'll have a chance to draft back up, and we'll see if Clint's theory holds. Big pack of cars off turn 4, and more peel off. This is a larger group.
Correct.
9 cars.
All right, that's Austin Dillon.
Regan.
Daniel Suarez in the 99 had been working his way back towards the front after an unscheduled stop earlier today under yellow. Right now the car is just a little bit tight. Exit needs some help from pushers. Josh.
Well, remember the 5 was considering pushing it on the fuel, change of plans, decided to come in and get topped off, Jamie.
Noah Gragson in the 42, the Las Vegas driver. Pretty happy with his car. Second Daytona 500 for him, going for Rookie of the Year.
Jimmy Johnson.
He's going to come around the next time, Mike.
Excuse me, Jimmy Johnson in that group, overcoming a speeding penalty back at lap 119. That will leave only Harrison Burton out there among the cars that stopped at lap 133. Now some of those that last stopped at lap 140 coming to pit road along with Burton. Regan.
The directive to Joey Logano is to stop on his sign. They need exactly 3.5 seconds of fuel is all.
Josh?
Yeah, the 8 of Kyle Busch is a little bit loose in the center. They came in to get topped off. Jamie?
Harrison Burton, they called for 5 seconds of fuel. I'm not sure he was even in his box for 5 seconds, but a quick stop, and there goes Noah Gragson in the 42. They got their fuel.
And 6 cars exit pit road together. Ricky Stenhouse will be coming back. 2 fast exiting for the 47. So now everyone has made what should be the final pit stop of the race with 20 laps to go.
Larson, that 5 car, you heard Cliff Daniels talking about it. They did not have to take as much fuel as the rest of them, got out quicker. I think the advantage right here goes to the 5 car. That group right there, they're gonna have to get up here and block. There's the original leaders, Keselowski, Buescher.
Right,
they're ahead of them.
The 4 cars on the left stopped later so they could take less fuel, and they're out in front of the Fords that were leading before green flag pit stops.
Yes, sir. This 3-car duo in front of them, Burton, Logano, and Byron. See if they're able to make quick time of them when they catch them.
Oh,
they're wrecking.
Big wreck.
That's a product of catching those cars. Everybody's on a little bit different.
A pileup in turn 1 with 18 laps to go. Michael McDowell, Ryan Preece, Martin Truex among those involved. Kevin Harvick with damage to the right front. And Preece had such a great Daytona 500 going, and it's gone. This will be the 5th caution flag of the day, 3 for cause plus the 2 stage breaks, and the 2nd multi-car pileup of this Daytona 500. Martin Truex thought that 19 would be his lucky number. It's February 19th. It's his 19th Daytona 500. The crash happens with 19 laps to go.
We'll see what happens here when they get to turn 1.
I think them also. You can see the pipes and the 2-car. He was lifting hard, stacks them up behind them. McDowell gets in the back of Preece, turns him around. The rest is history. But I take it back to Gregson. You see that lap car that they were going around. Always movement like that creates them stacking up.
And Ryan Preece has driven to the garage. The Berlin, Connecticut driver had a great 500 going. And you'll see the accordion-like contact here in that upper lane. Just all piles together.
When you see that fireball come out of the pipes, that means they lift. That raw fuel is in the pipes all the way out of the gas, and it just so on and so forth, stacked them all the way up through the field. Finally, one of them got spit out.
We're going to ride with the Bass Pro Shops cam on board Martin Truex.
Whoa.
Boom.
And Martin had no idea what was happening there. That happened so quick, there was no way he could react to that.
Well, Johnny, one of them's out. Still got one left. Austin Dillon's still in this thing.
Denny Hamlin's view.
Look how fast that happens.
Whoa.
They all tried. No way you're going to avoid that.
And Kevin Harvick in his final Daytona 500. Chase Briscoe. Let's check out the Mahindra cam. The driver's eye for Chase Briscoe.
Wow.
Tony, he hit everything but the lottery.
Unfortunately.
Yes. Yep. Well, of those last 4 replays, 3 of those were your cars, all coming to grief.
Yeah, thanks for
in one
pointing that
pile
out.
up here. I'm sorry. I'm not running the calculator, but
we try not
golly.
to point those things out. When had a bad day there, buddy. You're not out of it.
No, and that's unfortunately we knew that this green flag sequence of pit stops could do this.
Yep.
I mean, everybody that's come out ahead of these packs that are coming, they have to do what they have to do to protect. Unfortunately, it just gets that jam up like that, and it's beyond an accordion. It's a slam fest at that point.
So end of the day for these guys, beyond devastation. This is the biggest one, the biggest race of the year. But who's the advantage go to? Harrison, Burton, Logano, Byron, Busch, Kyle Larson up front. Who hurt him? Keselowski, Buescher, Cindric, Almirola, those guys in the back, they were trying to catch those guys. One more lap, I think roles would have been reversed. Unfortunately, caution came out.
And Harrison Burton is the race leader, Jamie.
And it's interesting, Mike, because he wanted to pit with the Fords, but he was up on top of the track. He couldn't get down, so they came in and pitted, just took fuel. But Brian Wilson, his crew chief, just told him on the radio, at this point, we are 1 to 2 laps short. I need you to save everything you got.
The Wood brothers last went to victory lane in the Daytona 500 with Trevor Bayne in 2011. Only Bayne's second Cup race. But Leonard Wood, the master at minimizing mechanical drag, had massaged that car, and that was probably the fastest car in Daytona that day. And Trevor Bayne drove it like he stole it for the Wood brothers' 99th win in their NASCAR history, which dates to 1949. 16 laps to go in Daytona. Well, here are the drivers. Great ones, Hall of Famers, who have not scored the Daytona 500. Two-time champ Ned Jarrett, champions Rusty Wallace and Tony Stewart, Mark Martin, 29 starts. And today, Martin Truex is out of the race, and Kyle Busch is currently in 4th place. The Harley J. Earl Trophy, named for the longtime General Motors chief stylist. That's the Firebird 1 atop the trophy that Bill France has promoted to presented to every Daytona 500 winner. Let's get down to the desk and Chris Myers and Jamie McMurray.
Thank you, Mike. It's the race the driver's got to have on his resume, and you do have that. Right now, Jamie McMurray, who's in the best position to win?
Well, we talked about Kyle Busch earlier in the race, had the pit road speeding penalty, got a lap down, he got the lap back. He is in 4th place right now. The second Chevy in line, I think he's in a really good position.
And Fords have been difficult, and they've worked well together.
Well, they have, and we've seen Brad and his teammate Chris Buescher be able to work together. But Chris, what's kind coming up right now, we're going to have this restart.
The importance of the restart.
Yeah, the restart's going to be more important than ever. And last year, we did not have the choose rule at this type track at Daytona and Talladega. We have that this year. We have 2 Fords in the first 2 positions, 7 Chevys lined up behind that, and then you have to go all the way back to Brad Keselowski in 10th. This is going to be the most important restart, if it's the last one of the entire race.
And what do you base the decision on?
Well, it's going to be about being with a teammate or being with your manufacturer. And we talked about that's going to come into play until the very end. And it's the Daytona 500. I don't care if it's my teammate the last couple of laps. I'm going for the win.
Denny Hamlin said, who can you trust at this point? Whatever driver is in that spot, he hopes he can trust him to get the help. 13 last lap passes, Mike, have decided the Daytona 500 in history. We've gone to 11 overtimes before it's been decided. Looking forward to the finish here.
Thanks, Chris. I am surprised that Chris Buescher in the 17 and Brad Keselowski, after spending all that long run drafting together as teammates at the front of the field, chose different lanes for this restart. They'll have to find each other. Regan.
Mike, you see the 22 of Joey Logano selected the bottom there to go alongside of his somewhat teammate in the 21 car, Harrison Burton. The discussion was pretty short and simple. Our best chance to win is to go to the bottom. Now that we're getting to the end, the pay window is open. We're seeing these guys do whatever is best for them no matter what.
Thanks, Regan. By the way, Trevor Bayne's win for the Wood brothers was their 98th. Ryan Blaney also scored one. This is Kim Burton, and she's a nervous wreck if you're a longtime fan when her husband Jeff was racing, and now her son Harrison leads the Daytona 500.
You would swear she is
me
in the passenger seat of that car every single lap with him.
Reminds me of 1996 when Dale Jarrett won the Daytona 500 and his mom Martha sat in a van in the infield. She wanted to see that her son's car go by, but just once a lap. She didn't want to watch the whole race. And we lost Martha a couple weeks ago, and we miss her. Our condolences to Ned and the Jarrett family. They're the Thunderbirds. The pilots watching after putting on a great air show here.
One awesome show, the best one I've ever seen here.
Also condolences to the family of Canadian racer Trevor Boyes, who recently passed. He competed in a number of 500s. To settle it, on the lead lap, 11 Fords, 13 Chevys, and 6 Toyotas. Here we go.
Oh no, Harrison was going to try to get down. Is Logano going to let him? Logano got a pretty good start with him. They were door to door. He does not get down in front of his Ford teammate, Logano.
Now
pushing in half. Pushing in half.
I don't necessarily think that was by design. I think he was trying to get a jump on Logano and get down in front of him. Did not accomplish that.
In a Wood Brothers owned car, prepared at the Team Penske shops. So you can pretty much call that a 4-car Penske group, but not operating as teammates right here. Too close to the finish. Your friends are where you find them.
Well, it's like Joey Logano said. He's friends with him in the bus lot. Once he gets that helmet on, not a friend anymore.
Man, Kyle was wanting to go to that outside. He was looking for Austin Dillon to make a move. They're stacking up on the bottom. Byron missed the block on the outside with Burton.
And he's going to get shuffled.
He sure is.
William Byron there like a hot dog getting slid out of the bun. And here we go. A.J. Allmendinger.
From a lap down to the lead.
Joey Logano almost got turned and saved it. He and Burton had contact.
It's time. 12 to go. The Daytona 500's on the line. Get them on their feet. Joey Logano did not like that. Harrison Burton completely sideways. Huge save.
And he put Kyle Busch in the wall. Not intentionally. Just ran out of room there.
That was a hard shot by Kyle Busch.
And who's coming back to the front? Keselowski and Chris Buescher on the high side together.
Don't look now, some guy that's won 7 championships sneaking into this mix as well.
Smoke flying off the door of the 6 car off the Suarez. That's exactly what Keselowski wanted. His teammate Buescher on his bumper, rolls reversed. Did not take them long to find the front.
And fourth on the inside, not Smoke Johnson, that's Jimmy Johnson. 7-time champ, 2-time Daytona 500 winner in the 84, part-time schedule, back in NASCAR, and right there in the mix as they come to 10 to go.
College Racing, A.J. Allmendinger in the front of this thing. Got good company. Somebody's going to have to go through those RFK cars to win this race. Very, very strong.
And he's an outlier. You see Allmendinger, you can expect the unexpected from him. Chevy's on the inside. Allmendinger, Larson, Suarez.
Hey, all race long we've been talking about the strength in numbers, those Fords. Now look, now they're the odd man out. Only 2 of them up front. Chevy stacked up behind them. That's why you never know who's going to win this race.
But they're 2 teammates, and they've drafted together all day, and right behind them, remember Kyle Busch told Tom Rinaldi this morning,
boy,
it's not if I win the Daytona 500, it's when.
And it's a pair of teammates and a pair of teammates.
Was not a good lap for A.J. Allmendinger. Got shuffled out on the inside, left him out, went straight to the back.
2 Fords, 4 Chevys, a Ford, a Chevy, a Ford, and the first Toyota is Bell in 10th.
In line, 8's pushing the 17. He's right on him, came off of him. Chris is clear by 1.
So hard to win this race. Everything has to go right. We've been talking about that all day long. 3 of the last 6 racers. The winner at the, the leader at the white flag didn't win the race. Unbelievable. 4 out of 7 leaders of the white flag finished outside the top 10. You never know how this thing's going to shake out.
I think this race could be in the hands of Austin Dillon in the 3. He has a Daytona 500 win. He recruited Kyle Busch to Richard Childress Racing. I think he's Busch's wingman to try to get these 2 Chevys past the 2 Fords for Busch to win the 500.
I don't disagree at all. You ultimately, at the end of the day, in a perfect scenario, want your teammate with you. So this is a perfect scenario for both Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon. They want to work together to get old Pop that next Daytona 500 victory.
Pop's liking what he sees.
Pop is Richard Childress, Austin Dillon's granddad, who started this team back in 1969. Brought his Camaro here to run the Grand American race. To do it, they'll have to get past, there's Richard Childress.
He is.
They'll have to get past 2 of the Fords that have been among the fastest cars here all week. Brad Keselowski and Chris Buescher.
He's longed to have a driver back behind his stable to have the likes of Dale Earnhardt, and he's found him in Kyle Busch.
Buescher put the bumper to Keselowski to try to create a little distance, and the Chevys close it right up. They're coming to 6 laps to go.
And you better be careful how he does that. You get that gap open, you leave those 3 Chevys behind there, they will mow you down.
Single file, man. Top 8 cars here.
You have to wait. You have to be patient, Tony. You go too soon, it gives everybody behind you a chance to pounce on you.
29 cars in the lead lap, 9 cars in this lead pack. Then a gap back to Kyle Larson and Daniel Suarez.
How do you work on this if you're Kyle Busch? You've got 2 cars to pass. How do you use those 2 teammates, those 2 allies behind you? Do you back them up?
I think you have to. I think you have to get separated from those first 2 cars. It's going to take a lap to rebuild and regenerate that power and that momentum, but I think that's what where your biggest shot is. Those 2 up front have had great speed.
Brad Keselowski has an ace in his corner. TJ Majors is a veteran of super speedway racing on the spotter stand and calling the moves and where the energy is coming from.
This is that moment. Brad Keselowski made this move, joining RFK, adding his name as an ownership. Driver owner in this thing. If he can pull this off, this is what this vision, the dream's all about. See Stenhouse, you know he's going to go. He's not going to want to wait around.
Keselowski's best Daytona 500, 3rd. 4 to go.
When do you make your move, Tony?
I've been trying to figure that out for 3 laps now, bud. I'll be honest.
I don't think Buescher makes the move.
No, I didn't want to
He's
talk about
racing
him.
with his boss.
I wasn't talking about him.
Right.
No. We're talking about
that
the
8-ball, and here he comes.
They're moving back there. Outside Chris. Go back and get Chris to you. Get Chris to you. They're hanging Chris here. He's 3 off you, 2 off you, 2 off.
3 Chevys to the outside with William Byron, the 2 Childress cars.
The strength's going to be in numbers. Those Chevys going to go to the outside, but look at these Fords stack up behind where they go. Logano does not go with the Ford. Stays on the outside with the momentum. Did not see that coming. Neither did Brad Keselowski.
And Keselowski goes from being the leader to 6th, just like that.
But we saw how easy that was to do. There is still time for that same maneuver to happen again.
Once, twice, maybe 3 times.
Exactly.
Back second lane, 3, 24. Then it's 1 off of the 24 to the 22 and the 6.
Okay, this is a question, Tony. He said 3 of the last 6, the winner only led the last lap. If you're Kyle Busch, if you're Austin Dillon, when do you make that move? I've always said this. I think you have to lead at the white flag, because if that caution comes out, you're done. The race is over. There's a
Suarez
caution.
around. Off turn 4, caution waves.
Just out. Come straight to us here. Right side.
Well, that changes everything.
Sure does.
And that is not what Pop wanted to see right there.
Nope.
Okay. This is where the new rule, moving the choose cone, is really going to get interesting. You're going to stack up 2 teammates. You know where they're going to go. Right on each other's tail, bumper to bumper. What is William Byron in a Chevy, Logano in a Ford, Keselowski in a Ford, Stenhouse in a Chevy? It's a mixed bag behind them.
Randall Burnett, crew chief, and Richard Childress, team owner, had hoped to see their 2 cars come to the flag for a 1-2 finish, but now Daniel Suarez, there's the AMR safety team on the scene, and quickly they'll get that car removed. He wants to get going.
We're heaving that thing out right now. We're not
Well, good call. That car's still running. He can still finish this race, so the steps record gets up there, gives him a boot.
That's right.
And maybe he can get back in this race. All right, Kyle Busch was leading at the caution flag.
Back in 1998, that would be the win, boys.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. All right, man. We're going to have a green-white checker here. We're plenty good on fuel, so.
Wow. Back in 1998, there was a crash off turn number 4. Dale Earnhardt came to the caution flag, not the checkered flag, but the caution flag, to win the Daytona 500, because back then we did not have overtime. "20 years it took Earnhardt, who'd won everything else there was to win at Daytona, to join this world's longest receiving line."
You don't remember that, do you, Larry?
Yes, I do. And I told him, hey, don't celebrate. We have to get back around to the checkered flag. I think that lap 199 under caution with the track clear was about as fast as before the caution came out.
I want you to take a look at this car. You don't see any Goodyear letters on the left side. The right side's got concrete dust all over it. That boy wants to win this race. He told us he was going to win it. He just might.
Well, and remember that the concrete on the right side came from Harrison Burton, shoving him to the outside wall. Nothing to do with Harrison's fault, just an incident that got him all moved up like that. You hardly see a car win this race anymore that's clean.
It's Kyle Busch's 18th Daytona 500. This would put him in some awfully good company.
It sure would. And I think it speaks volume about taking this opportunity. You hear people, did he take a step backwards, leaving the 18 car of Joe Gibbs Racing? I've said from day one, that Randall Burnett, that guy was poised and ready for this opportunity. This was exactly what RCR needed. He's the driver for them. I'm telling you, he has the likes on the racetrack as a Dale Earnhardt does. I think it's going to be a big year for them.
He is the most polarizing driver in the sport, as Dale Earnhardt was. Kyle Busch may not be the best of all time, but I've said before and again, he's the best of his time.
Yeah, and You know, like we talked about, a lot of people would say this was a step back going back to Richard Childress Racing and that it would take time to build back up to where they ultimately want to be. I don't see it either. I think we saw it when we were at LA at the Coliseum. We're seeing it today. This is a guy that always has the bit in his teeth, and to make a move like this, he's not going to go backwards to go forward. He's just going to pick up and go forward.
All right, let's hear from the runner-up, his teammate, Austin Dillon.
I'm going to be screwed if the Fords are behind me. I don't know. Does the 24 have it? Just make them push you. Just make them push you. It's not easy. Whoever's getting pushed is going to get wrecked, or, yeah, that's about it, actually.
Oh, gee.
That's not a good feeling, Mike.
No.
I'm just telling you, it's not. But that's exactly what you have to do. You have to try to do everything you can do to make that block. It's when we talk about that rear view mirror and everything in the back glass. It's just so important when it comes down to crunch time.
So we now have NASCAR overtime, which is a 2-lap shootout. If the leader takes the white flag under green, the next flag will end the race. We saw it happen last night when caution came out on the back straightaway. And if that happens, NASCAR will use all available video evidence to determine positions at the moment the button is pushed that activates the caution lights. So they will come to the choose, and I'll bet there's so much chatter right now over which lane do you want, who do you want to be behind, and who do you want to be beside.
Well, I think you know where you want to be. The problem is you have to wait and see what they're going to do. Put the cards on the table. It's time.
'29 lead lap cars, and here's the choose.
Split up.
Didn't expect that.
All right, 3 and 24 down bottom. You're going to have the 22, then 47 lined up behind us. Taking the green lap 202.
That's
Why wouldn't those teammates go nose to tail?
Because Austin Dillon's going to let him in. That's the plan right along. You're going to see Kyle Busch move up, but we've seen this before. That William Byron in a 24 car, if he pushes that 3 too hard, doesn't let that 8 in, that's a problem. How about 22? We saw this with Brad Keselowski. If that 22 pushes him out too far, they get too far, and now everybody goes by him. This is a tricky restart.
So instead of actually thinking that he's going to let his teammate in, is this an opportunity where they just keep the whole front row occupied and settle it between themselves on the last lap?
I like what you're trying to sell. No chance. That 8 car's only chance of winning this race is to get in front of those 2 Chevrolets. He's got 2 Fords behind him. No way they're going to let him win this thing.
Right. I can't buy that, because unlike the start of the race where everybody was content to Noah's Ark this thing and run 2x2x2, this track is 3 lanes wide, maybe 4 in the straightaways.
But hey, that's a race car driver. That's a champion race car driver that said that. I like what you're thinking. How's the 3 car going to win this thing if he's pushing the 8?
Look at this. Why'd you buy a seat? Nobody's sitting in them. They're all on their feet.
That's all right. They rested the majority of the day. But this is what I'm ultimately worried about. If they try to hold that inside lineup to let him get around on the outside, do they slow the inside lanes down so much that they can't build that momentum back before that outside row just goes right on by?
In my opinion, we know what the front row is going to try to do. The next row, the second row, they can dictate what they may have to do.
Now, if they just don't all pile up from 6th on back, this is going to be one heck of a finish. Overtime sponsored by Credit One Bank. Pace car is in. 2 laps to settle the 65th Daytona 500. Kyle Busch takes off. Austin Dillon lets him into the inside. Logano comes up to cover on the outside.
It's going to take them a while to get connected here.
Outside bumper. Your top is clear. Your top is clear. 3 is not. 1 back, 2x2.
Everybody on the outside pushing 7 rows back. Links in the chain.
If you're Logano, you're not exactly in good company either. 2 Chevrolets behind you. Getting stacked up on the inside. Not at all. Here comes Stenhouse. Big shove by Larson.
And around goes the 3. Crash in turn 3.
That fast. Unbelievable.
And that will decimate roughly half the remaining field.
We always say it, cautions breed cautions.
7th caution flag.
That is not at all what you wanted to see, RC.
Not sure how that started, except that Austin Dillon got turned.
They all got stacked up. He got into the back of Kyle Busch, had him sideways, jacked up. They had to lift, accordions.
So how did the energy build back there to take the lead away from the Childress cars?
It all starts when you do the crossover. Jimmy Johnson, heavy damage for him, doing everything he needed to do to be a part of this finish. But it all starts on the crossover. We've seen this before. When he makes that move and crosses over, it takes time to build that energy back up when it stacks them up. That all carried back around to the back straightaway to what you see right here.
Christopher Bell drops in, and Dillon may have got a shot from William Byron. Maybe not. Not sure from that angle, but up he went and down he came.
Dillon got in the back of Busch and had to check up. When he did, it stacked William and everybody up behind him. They turned him. The rest is history. That's just a product of it. It's go time. Green, white, checkered. You knew that was about to happen.
But aside from that, great move by Ricky Stenhouse.
Harrison Burton. And we'll ride along with Noah Gragson. There's Gragson off to the left. We'll ride with him next.
Nothing you can do. Long for the ride.
And the driver's eye view from Ross Chastain.
Boy, it never lifted.
Austin Cindric. Well, that's what 190 miles an hour looks like when it goes all the wrong way.
This whole thing takes me back to this choose cone rule. That difference in a choose cone rule coming to these plate tracks like Daytona, Talladega, that's why Stenhouse is in the lead and those other cars are wrecked. And I'm telling you the truth, Stenhouse was down and out. Those two cars got stacked up on that bottom line. Out of nowhere, he was in a situation where he got to spit Logano out. That lonely Ford had the help of a Chevy and Larson behind him. So I'll be darned, we're leading this thing.
Let's set the field for you. Among the cars that got through there unscathed, JTG Doherty's driver, Ricky Stenhouse, for Tad and Jody Geschechter, and NBA legend Brad Doherty. He's leading the Daytona 500. He's won at Daytona, the summer race here. Kyle Larson, who started this race outside pole for Team Hendrick, is second in a Chevrolet. Christopher Bell, who's had quite an up and down day for Joe Gibbs in his Toyota, is third. Joey Logano for Team Penske is fourth. There's Jimmy Johnson, climbed out of his car. He's okay. Car's done for the day. Logano is fourth. He's the first Ford in the race. And there, Kyle Busch. You saw get shuffled back a little by some of the moves in traffic. But he's in it to win it, and so is A.J. Allmendinger for Team Kaulig. Hamlin, Bowman, Wallace, Almirola, rest of the top 10.
This is setting up. As soon as he clears that A to Kyle Busch, he's going to make a move. There he goes. He knows the help's coming. Look at that inside line stack up. It just was a perfect case scenario for Ricky Stenhouse Jr. And he was there for the taking.
If you're Ricky, you absolutely take that shot and take that chance. The thing that he doesn't know is that the 5 is right to him at the back. If he's pushing him when he makes that move, he's gone.
And then you take a chance of turning Logano in front of you because he was on the bumper of him. That was dicey, very close.
Multiple hits there for Harrison Burton. Don't tell me this is not a violent sport.
Yeah.
Took his hands off the wheel in case one of those front tires snapped against the wall, and just jerked that wheel and caused a wrist injury.
Yeah, the biggest thing you want to get, most of all, you want to get your thumbs out of those spokes so that the spoke doesn't catch your thumb on the way by. Austin says, I'm not letting go anything. No, I'm driving mine.
He's still driving it. You're right. Now, just outside the top 10, Keselowski and Buescher, that drafting pair of RFK Fords, they still have a shot at this.
Hey, did you not see who's in between them? Travis Pastrana, how about him? He's still in it, baby.
We joked at the top of the day, and I told the folks up when Chase Elliott and I were up in the Sunoco suite, I said, watch these two guys. I said, watch Connor Daly in the 50 and Travis Pastrana in the 67. Do they have a chance to win the Daytona 500? Probably not. But a chance at a top 10 finish if their day goes well and they stay out of trouble? Absolutely.
You give Travis Pastrana a top 10 finish at the Daytona 500, I'm going to give you the best interview you've ever heard in your life.
I think if he finished on the lead lap and was 36th, you'd have had the best interview. If he finishes in the top 10, you're going to think he won X Games gold again.
It's Daytona. We've seen crazier things happen. It can, and it just might.
He is 12th right now. Ricky Stenhouse from Olive Branch, Mississippi, leads the Daytona 500 as we get ready for overtime.
I've got 3 Daytona 500s, including the 2 closest finishes in history. Stay with us on Fox.
Overtime at the Daytona 500. We're live at trackside. Jamie McMurray, Chris Myers. We'll get back to the guys in the booth in just a moment here. The late aggressiveness has brought out crashes and some cautions. We saw Ricky Stenhouse Jr. go from 6th to the lead in a matter of moments here. How far back can you be right now, Jamie, and still have a chance to win this?
Yeah, well, I mean, Ricky was able to go from 3rd row outside. He lined up on the 6th car all the way to the lead before they got to the backstretch, Chris. I think if you're in those first 4 rows, listen, the level of aggression, we talked about it was going to get higher and higher. Right now, when you get connected to somebody, you're not letting off. You're going to. It doesn't matter, teammate, no teammate. I think all of those rules are out the window. I think you can go from 4 rows back.
What matters? Where does experience figure in at this moment?
Well, listen, at this point, it's all about a little bit of circumstantial. I mean, Kyle Busch has the experience. He had his teammate behind him, but they weren't able to stay locked together. Not necessarily because he did something wrong, just circumstantial. We talk about a little bit of luck. You're going to have a little bit of luck right now to win the 500.
We're close to the action and trying to bring you a little bit closer. Back up to Mike, Tony, and Clint.
Going to need fuel if you're going to win the 500.
Yeah, 7 drivers of those that stopped earlier and had just enough fuel to finish. They've come in to top off, which means they think we may have more than one overtime. We're going to keep going as long as this takes.
I'm going to tell you they were getting close on fuel.
All right, Regan.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr.'s crew chief Mike Kelly. Mike, you guys have kept that car clean all day long. Your driver got it to the front. What do you tell him coming to this restart here?
Just tell him to go do his job. Ricky's done a good job for us all day, and we'll see what happens here at the end.
Thanks, Mike. Josh?
Well, Kyle Busch's crew chief Randall Burnett here. How do you guys handle this next restart?
Well, I couldn't quite hear you there, but Kyle's been doing a great job tonight in this 3G Chevy, and we just didn't have it go our way on that last restart, so we're going to have to make up for it on this time and just see what happens here.
Thanks and good luck, guys.
Thanks, Josh. There's Kyle, and the number of contenders gets smaller with every caution flag. Overtime, 2 laps, green, white checker, 52 lead changes so far in today's Daytona 500. Only twice in 64 years have there been more, and we're not done yet.
Yeah, this has got potential to have another caution or so, but this is going to be an awesome restart. We've got guys that are all split up, guys that don't have teammates anymore, guys that are with different manufacturers. Who knows what is going to happen now?
We've been down here for 500 miles telling you guys you're going to need to manufacturer help. You're going to need your teammate help. None of them have that now. That choose cone rule, I'm telling you, it's coming to effect in a big way, and it's going to again on this restart. You're going to have to find somebody. You're going to have to give them behind you and not let them around. Blocks are going to come, and that's probably going to mean another caution.
All right, what's going to happen? Who do you like?
Well, I can tell you what's going to happen. Nobody is going to just ease into somebody's back bumper. Anything that's going to be a push is going to be wide open. And if the driver in front can hang on to it, then hopefully it produces. But I can't even predict who's going to finish on the top of this one at the end of it.
Well, my guy's out. I was 19 on 19 on 19, whatever. I'm going with the 5 car. I think Kyle Larson's going to win this race.
Well, Steppenwolf had a song, The Pusher Man. It meant something completely different. But when I hear that, I see Brad Keselowski.
I don't disagree. And Brad is historically the last couple years been one of the hardest pushers in the field,
Yeah.
so he's definitely not gonna ease up on this.
I think they've had the fastest cars, so that you're not out around there. That car is.
All right, let's take a look back and review in this 65th Daytona 500. Stage 1, not a single caution in stage 1, even with Bubba Wallace getting tipped up there into the outside wall with a little bit of damage. Kyle Busch getting a speeding penalty. A car did spin in stage 1, but it got to pit road without incident. There's the first multi-car pileup. Tyler Reddick in the 45 getting turned around, knocked out of the race, and taking several others with him. Then this one, Brian Preece getting turned by Michael McDowell in an accordion-like fashion. Neither one of them started the wreck. They were both in the midst of finishing it. And then Daniel Suarez spinning to the inside as we were coming to 2 laps to go with the 2 Richard Childress cars of Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon out front. And finally this, Ricky Stenhouse drops to the inside, makes a great move there, but Austin Dillon gets turned into another car, and then he and William Byron go careening up the racetrack into the wall. Mayhem ensues.
You know what the top 10 running order has all in common? They were all a part of every one of those highlight reels right there. The 5 car was around sideways. He spun out in one of them. The 20, Christopher Bell, he was in one of those wrecks. He's up there. That's what you got to do. You heard Denny, all of us talk about it. Surviving this race, getting to this opportunity, that's what it's all about.
5th and 6th, both a lap down at one point. I mean, we've had a little bit of everything, and it's a mixture of guys still left in the top 10.
All right, here's the choose.
Oh, boy.
Stenhouse the leader, Larson second. They're both in Chevys.
Where you going? How about that? Split them up again.
Split them. Bell in the Toyota down, Logano in the Ford up.
Kyle barely made that. Kyle Busch, that is.
Yep. Allmendinger down, Busch up. Hamlin the inside, Bowman the outside.
A lot of energy taking that bottom, especially back in the pack. That's where that energy's built from.
Ready to decide it, Larry?
Yeah, what's interesting with all of those Fords pitting, Joey Logano is the lone Ford right now inside the top 10. And it's kind of a mix. There's like 4 or 5 Chevrolets, there's 3 or 4 Toyotas, and that one Ford right now.
This will be the longest Daytona 500 in history because of the extra caution laps and the overtime. I don't want to put an S on that just yet.
This is a mano, no holds barred right here. Every man for himself. Nobody has anybody that they can trust.
Well, it's the start of a long season, but come on. Either win the Daytona 500 or bring me back the steering wheel.
I don't care about the rest of the season. This is one of those scenarios. You take the boxing gloves off. This is a bare-knuckle street fight the rest of the way out. Or, if you're Dana White, this is a slap fest on the way out.
Man, I was hoping you'd get that in.
Yeah, that boy.
Now, we have 8 drivers that stopped 6 laps earlier on fuel than the rest of them, and they are the first 8. However, we don't know if they got those cars completely full or if they did a timed stop just to get them to the end of, say, one overtime.
I think they all were time stops. I mean, nobody wants to give up any time on pit road, especially under green like that. So it'll be interesting to see who has the fuel to make it the rest of the way. Saw some guys during this caution top off. We know they can make it. We'll just have to wait and see.
Stenhouse, Larson, the front row Chevrolet. Bell in Toyota. Logano and Ford in row 2. Chevy's in row 3. Allmendinger in Busch. Here we go. One more try at overtime.
Is off of him slightly. Just staying with that 22.
I don't like his bottom line already. Look how far off A.J. Allmendinger is off of Bell. That's not good for those guys. Bowman on the outside getting a big push by Bubba. That's where all this energy is going to come from back here. The move's going to be made on the front, but it's going to be because of what they see in the rearview mirror. Here comes the 8. These guys are in trouble on the bottom. Here comes Bubba. Here comes a little bit of help, but they're going to need more than this, just those 2.
Bowman drops to the inside. His teammate Kyle Larson is the first car on the inside.
Now that energy's all broke up now. Now we're going to see the cars coming from behind.
Where's he going to go? They're both going to get to him pretty hard, pretty quick.
All right, Stenhouse gets the white flag. The next flag ends it. 3 wide.
Well, good. You got the help.
Larson tried to go to the middle. Oh, he got turned.
Larson Pastrana in the fence. We are
Keselowski's
still
out.
green. No, the caution is out. And we'll wait for official word on whether Ricky Stenhouse or Joey Logano has won the Daytona 500.
Come to the checker first, baby.
Christopher Bell in the mix. Those 3 cars out in front of the crash.
Slow down.
They'll have to cross the line, but one of them
locked in.
will win the Daytona 500.
What is Bell doing here? Oh.
On the track, caution and checker.
Chevy, Ford, Stenhouse, Logano. Here is how this will be decided. It is not the flag. It is not the caution lights. It is NASCAR's decision as to where those 2 cars were when the button was pushed to activate the caution, and Ricky Stenhouse has won the Daytona 500.
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., Daytona 500 winner. Let me tell you, that's been a long time coming. That boy has been aggressive. He's been close. He's been knocking on the door on a track like this, and it's finally his turn. Daytona 500. That does not surprise me, Tony.
No,
not one bit.
He's fantastic on the super speedways like this, and he, like you mentioned earlier, he's very aggressive, but he's aggressive in a way that gets him to the front. It's not a reckless way. He just is going to do everything he can to get there.
Man. Look above your head. Look on that roll bar. I see it, boys. I see it.
Spotter Tab Boyd, crew chief Mike Kelly, team owners, husband and wife team Jody and Tad Geschecter, along with NBA legend Brad Doherty, own that single car team. Stenhouse's best previous finish in the 500 was 7th. He becomes the 42nd driver to win the Great American Race, and here it is.
I think the win comes from the 5. When the 5 moved up to try to go around him and lost that momentum, that gets the 5 in trouble. Here comes the energy. Bell filled that void, gives him a big shot. 5 gets turned around. Look, right there, he's in front of him and wins this Great American Race. Had the 5 stayed in front of him, the 5's going to be the one when I think back of this race, he's going to be coulda, woulda, shoulda. Oh, so close.
Stenhouse won here in July 2017.
The 10 car back in the back of the 67 car. And you got to do it. I mean, you know Travis doesn't have a lot of experience in these cars, but it's the last lap. You have to go for it.
So I ain't going to do a burnout. I ain't got no fuel.
Hey, bud, you don't need any more.
How about that? How about that? That's how close it was. You saw Buescher, you saw a lot of other guys come in and top off. Amazing. Changes his life right there.
Wins in his 12th try for the Daytona 500. On the short tracks, on the dirt, sometime they called him Recce Spin Twice. Not today. Today, they call him Winner.
Doesn't matter what happens the rest of his life, he is a Daytona 500 champion.
With a big ring, and I mean a big ring. This is going to be a good celebration.
Who would have thought in this day of the 4-car mega teams that this little single car team would come here and win the 500, Jamie Little?
Ricky Stenhouse Jr., it has been a long time coming. The one difference, Mike Kelly, your crew chief, is back. You won 2 championships together, and now you won the Daytona 500. Was it just magic together that made the difference here?
Yeah, I think this whole offseason, Mike just preached how much we all believed in each other. They left me a note on the car that said they believe in me and to go get the job done tonight. I made a few mistakes. We were able to battle back. This Kroger Continental team worked really, really hard this offseason. Great pit stops, Hendrick engines, glad a Chevy won. Man, this is unbelievable. This is the site of my last win back in 2017. We've worked really hard. We had a couple shots last year to get a win and fell short. It was a tough season, but man, we got it done. Daytona 500.
You have a knack for this style of racing, and we went into overtime, so you had to do it a couple of times and earn it. What were those moments like, and what were you watching? What made the difference initially at the end?
Yeah, when the 8 went to the bottom there, I was able to push the 22 and the 5. We had a huge run. I was hoping we were going to get to the white there, and we didn't, so I knew I was going to take the top. I was hoping the 22 was going to follow, and he did. He was able to push us out. I went to the bottom, the 8 and the 22, got a huge run. The 5, split me in the middle, but another fellow dirt racer with Bell gave me a good shot down the little short chute into 1, and man, we were out front when the caution came out. We were out of fuel, so the fuel light was going crazy. But man, I hope y'all had fun. That was a heck of a race.
Congratulations. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. wins the Daytona 500.
Joey Logano comes up short in his bid for his second Daytona 500. Joey, you had a clear shot out front. You could see where you needed to be. What are the emotions right now?
Second's the worst, man. He was so close, and leading the white flag lap there is up front. Kyle gave me a good push, and you're watching in the mirror, and you're 3 wide across there, and I felt like the 3 wide was going to hurt a lane. It looked like Kyle was getting pushed ahead, and then Ricky started getting pushed ahead, and I knew if I went to the bottom, my car didn't handle good enough, and I already got pushed off the bottom once, and I thought if I go down there, I'm probably going to get wrecked, and I don't know if I can get down there in time to throw the block, and so I didn't want to wreck my car either, and I don't know. And then you don't expect them to wreck. Like, you think you're racing to the checkered flag, and you put yourself in the best position to try to win at the start-finish line, and just caution came out. Yeah, you wish you could race to the end. Obviously, you can't, right, when they wreck that much. But congratulations to Ricky, obviously. I mean, there's nothing like winning the Daytona 500. That's why it stings so much finishing second. But still proud of the team, still proud of the effort coming off the championship last year and bringing this Shell Pennzoil Mustang back towards the front and getting a Ford close to the front. Wish it was in victory lane, though.
Thanks, Joey.
Ricky Stenhouse is a champion of the Daytona 500 and can hardly believe it. He bests Joey Logano in this 2-lap shootout as a caution flag ends it here in Daytona, but we'll be back with more interviews after this.
The Daytona 500 winner, a 30-1 long shot, a single car team, and that is Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who led very few laps, survived 2 overtimes, and under caution holds off Joey Logano, and he is your champion in the 65th running of the Daytona 500. As mentioned, from Olive Branch, Mississippi, he grew up at the name of his street, Tranquil Drive. It was anything but with Jamie McMurray as the finish of this one. I'm Chris Myers. By the way, the longest Daytona 500 ever, 530 miles. So the Daytona 530. Where did Stenhouse win this, and who else had a chance at the very end where they lost it?
Listen, Chris, Ricky Stenhouse earned this. He had to hold these guys off, not only on the restart on lap 203, where he went from the 7th position to the lead on the backstretch when Kyle Busch and Austin Dillon had their issues, but then again he had to hold off Kyle Larson and Joey Logano. And by the way, he was out of fuel in the whole process. Who knows if he would have won if it would have went green all the way back around to the start-finish line. Great super speedway driver. You called it a long shot, and I would agree, probably the odds said long shot, but Ricky Stenhouse Jr. is a really good super speedway plate racer.
Yeah, we spent hours talking about who can you trust, manufacturer teammates, other drivers going the same speed, and here's a guy who, he said he made a few mistakes, recovered, did the right thing at the right time, had the right moves, and survived. As we saw, this was a case of who could outlast and be there at the end to have a chance.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Ricky Stenhouse, he talked about making mistakes, but he made them early enough that he was able to recover. I mean, to me, the move of the race was the restart with lap 203, where he went from 7th to the lead. Had a couple of dirt racers. You heard Christopher Bell and Kyle Larson around him at the end. Some friends, maybe not teammates, but friendships off of the racetrack. And I thought Kyle Larson's move, going to the middle, that's what he had to do to try to win this race. He's probably going to beat himself up tonight looking back at that. But listen, I think in the heat of the moment, I thought he made the right decision.
Yeah, and Ricky Stenhouse last year, heartbreaks, passed on the last lap when Austin Cindric pulled the upset. This time, Ricky Stenhouse Jr. with the upset. It was a long afternoon, and they hung in there. Clint Boyer, Tony Stewart, and Mike Joy. Let's go back up to the booth and get their final thoughts.
Been saying all week, Chris, this race would not go to one of the favorites. It would go to one of the outliers. The last two 500s were won by 30-1 shots. I thought that would happen again tonight, and certainly Ricky Stenhouse was on that list.
Well, I'm proud of our dirt racers. You heard us talk about Christopher Bell, Kyle Larson, and Ricky Stenhouse. I'm really happy. And what I'm most excited about, a single car team wins the Daytona 500. That's impressive.
Well done.
These fans in the stands, everybody that took in this event of the Daytona 500, they're the real winners. I'm telling you, hats off to everybody at this event to makes it what it is. From the start of the week, it's been awesome. The racing on the track, these drivers have put on a hell of a show. The duels were awesome. Qualifying was interesting. These teams, this sport, NASCAR, is in good hands.
Third most competitive Daytona 500 ever, Chris, in terms of number of lead changes. What a night.
Yeah, you guys did a great job. I'm telling you, Mike, there are a lot of experts, a lot of analysis, and in the end, I don't know that many people saw this coming, and that's what we like, an unpredictable finish. We're going to have more live from Daytona. You'll hear from some other drivers. There's the winner.